Normally they're pretty spread out.
Yeah.
Right, with handouts. Thank you, sir.
What do each one of those lines represent? Is that 25 feet or,
The red lines are 100-foot contour lines.
okay, what otherwise?
I had to get a 10s, so there should be 10
And
in between
Yeah.
each.
red, each
Yeah,
red.
got it. So not as slopey as it looks.
It's pretty steep.
I'm sure, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, whenever you're ready.
Okay, we have a few items on your consent agenda today. Item number 8 is to replace 4 pickup trucks in our ER&R. Item number 9 is a request for concurrence to award our liquid asphalt to Albina Asphalt. Item number 10 is a local agency agreement between the county and AdCom, and this is for the next radio tower site on Sadus. Item number 11, let's see, I think 11, oh no. Local agency supplemental for Roosevelt grade. So we have a prospectus and then an agreement for the pavers for Darland and for Roosevelt. So that gets us, what's that? Yeah, through 14. Yeah, so there's like 2 for each. So there are agreements so we can get funding to move forward on those 2 pavers. Item number 15 is a request to publish notice. We have to do this every year. What we have accomplished or spent our dollars on to have our own crews do work that's considered public works. So we have a limit by state law that limits what our maintenance guys can do on the road each year. As far as what they call construction work, which is like what we did out here on Darland to rebuild the base of the road, that's called construction. So that gets recorded against our limit, which is about a little over 800,000 a year. And so we have to advertise and let the public know what we had our crews do as far as construction work each year. So, and it gives that limit, publishes that in the paper. Item number 16 is concurrence to award the bid to leak contractors for the entries and stairs on the courthouse. Item number 17 is concurrence to award the bid to Grade Works for Old Mountain Road. So moving forward with that project as well. Let's see. Nothing new on the design side with Courtney, Old Mountain, our STP paving projects. We're doing the paperwork shuffle with WashDOT to get approval to get our funding started so we can advertise. On the safety projects, we did receive our approval for construction funding on those 2 projects, so they will be going out to add. So we're planning for an April ad, and then we'll get those projects moving. They're not as maybe weather dependent or critical as some of the other ones. So signposts and signs can be put up anytime. And guideposts, the only thing that's weather dependent is the edge line striping. So, but there's plenty of time to get that done this year. Maintenance, it's grading season and brushing season. So the guys are out doing that, as well as sweeping off sand from the roads, paved roads. And so we've rented some other brooms to help us do that. And that's happening pretty heavily on the west side. So you might have seen our guys out. Let's see, the building. The masons are working away at laying bricks, and I have that pretty cool scaffolding over there that goes up and down at the touch of a button, which is pretty nice. And they're moving forward. The roofers are almost complete. They have one temporary drain connected. I'm hoping they get the others connected. I think when we saw them yesterday, the water they had to get, so there's actually 3 pools basically with drains in them, and they only have the one connected. So I'm sure it was getting the water from the other
ones.
trapped pools over to that one to drain them yesterday. So the roof is pretty much done. They're just finishing up with the minor details on it, so that's good. And they're starting to insulate now on the outside walls on the first floor. And while the other trades kind of finish up their last minute items, and then they'll start insulating interior walls for sound. And then the sheetrockers will follow up behind them. And they'll start at the east side of the building and work toward the west. Because we still have the change for the electrical and conduit in the chambers on the second floor, which is a lot of it's fed from the below on the first floor. So they're trying to not cover that up as quickly. So, which buys us some time. Let's see. The other subs are working. I think we have our next furniture meeting next week. I got a bunch of materials in yesterday afternoon for, wood finishes on some of it, or laminate finishes, depending on the furniture type. And so we'll maybe take a look at those. I'll bring them over and you can take a look, and then the group can take a look. Let's see, courthouse entry. We talked about that project. It gets awarded. Jail control board. I think we're still working through those punch list items. Haven't heard anything negative. So I'm sure somebody would have, but so things are, it's a big upgrade for them. Radio sites.
We're still working at the Klickitat site. We got our contractor under, or will have, and then we could start driving ahead with the SATUS. But I said the first thing we'll be bringing is long-term how we serve the Klickitat site, whether it's by microwave or fiber. One more thing, just before we dive into the other one, is I gave you an interlocal agency agreement that we've worked with the prosecuting attorney on. It's for the firearms training facility. We get a lot of calls from the tribe for one, Fish and Wildlife, the parks. They have no place to train, so those agencies would like to use our facility. And we'd like to facilitate them to do that, but we needed an interlocal agency agreement to do that. And so that's what this is. I wanted to give you guys a chance to do it before we actually brought it in signed, but they want to, and we won't, I don't have to send it out this week, so we don't really need anything, but I'm just kind of giving you guys the heads up what we got coming.
So this was developed, or it has at least been.
But the PA's approved this. We developed it with the PA.
Okay.
And there is one item that we kind of updated towards the end of it. And that is, if you look at the very last pair in item number 7, that last paragraph towards the end of that, where it says all parties agree to this agreement, and then it talks about certain things that are done.
You
That's
think
been,
the tribe's gonna sign that?
I don't know.
If they want to use the facility. then,
Yeah.
right?
Well, we actually had one that was a little bit more, I don't want to say radical, but a little bit different, that they signed for us to snowplow
Oh, really?
Yeah, up in Georgeville.
up in Georgeville. But that was getting a little bit too far out. So we kind of updated.
David changed it.
Yeah, David liked it a little differently, which I don't blame him.
All right.
Interesting. Yeah, I'll be curious. I'll be waiting to see. Can I have a framed copy?
Sure. Well, you guys will get to sign it. if they do.
All right. So as a follow-up to some emails that were sent out, I wanted to talk about the Coombs subdivision. So I provided an aerial. This is a subdivision that's has been challenging since before I arrived at the county. The first phase, the Hatfield Estates, was finishing up about the time I got here in 2008. And I think it started in 2004. It's a very challenging site. So basically it's a pile of dirt sitting on rock adjacent to a cliff.
Yeah.
That's
Very
so
accurate.
so the views are spectacular.
With some poison oak and.
Yeah, so it's been a challenging site with geotechnical issues and stormwater issues, and then legal issues between the owners of the parcels. And so it's been a challenge. So the next subdivision that came in, so that first one took about 4 years to complete.
Where was the first one in relation to this map?
It's up on here, the top where the flatter ground is, that first red contour on the right of basically the right side.
Obviously up in here.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, that was the easy stuff.
Yeah, that was the
Yeah.
easy stuff. But it took a long time because the proposal was they built that road that goes down the hill, winds down, does a 180. And they had plans to expand its future subdivisions, which there were, but not the same owner. So the next subdivision I think that I was involved with was the McCoy subdivision. And that one took about 2 years. So they had the initial reports. And so when they had changed things, you had to go back through and make sure that they were following the geotechnical guidelines. And if they were changing things, they had to redo things. And then the stormwater issue is a constant issue because the greatest chance of failure for soil is loading it with water. That's how most slope failures occur, is when they load them with water, you have issues. And so in this case, there's a stormwater pond that was designed and is identified on basically really close to the edge of the bluff. So it's a 2-cell pond, and so it stores water for sedimentation, cleaning. It's the cleaning part of it. And then the other pond is for just storage. And then there's a metered discharge. So when McCoy subdivision came through, the engineer that designed it, and it took us a while to get through that because there were a lot of questions. But they told me, because I was the guy working on this, that there was no more capacity in the pond. So when this one came in, the new one, Coombs, which started last August, and so now we're into it for about 9 months into the process, and I think we're pretty much for Public Works, the stormwater piece is the only outstanding piece. And so I had concerns when I was previously told there was no capacity, and now we're expanding with impervious surface, and we're not doing anything to the pond. So I had questions and felt it was wise to get a third-party review of the stormwater pond. And there've been challenges with the information. It's no different than the last time we reviewed it. You need a certain amount of information to actually do a peer review, whether it's the county or a consultant. And so we have to have enough information to do the review and make sure. This site in particular, not all sites we evaluate to this level, but this is the risk is great,
Mhm.
you know, and so we want to make sure that from our perspective, it meets the standard. That's all we're trying to do. So I'm not going to address any of the concerns about people or that I have, you know, some issues with people. That doesn't play into my review of anything. Does it meet the standards? Do I have enough information? Can I move forward with the review? You know, and at this point, I don't really care. I think where we fell down on this one is typically, and the last time I did this, I have a new person working on this, but the last time we reviewed it, I tell people up front at the pre-sub, I'm going to have a peer review for these things, and that's going to be part of the cost for you, the applicant. And in this case, we didn't do that. And I don't really care that we pass that on or we don't, just that we have the review and it's adequate and it shows that, yes, this meets the standard and we move forward. That's what we're trying to do. So.
Did you get your peer review done?
No, they said they will have it done this week.
Sir, it's Josh Coombs, the landowner. I can chime in if I could.
Sure, go ahead.
I'd just like to add comments that the contracted firm said that they'd be done with it next week back into November. And it's been a constant push, and I haven't gotten any communication that any of this review is being done. I still haven't gotten a quote on the expenses or anything. This process, the drainage report was submitted 5 months ago, and I still haven't gotten a quote for what the expenses will be or any communication on that this peer review is taking place. And at this point, I feel like I have an open, basically the county has my credit card and they're just running the bill up. I need some communication here on what's taking place. And I feel like there shouldn't be any liability on my part to be paying those expenses with this peer review.
How do we typically, do we get, I would think we would have some sort of.
Well, since we didn't tell them, we wouldn't pass the expenses on this time.
Yeah, normally,
we would.
yeah,
Okay.
for whatever the consultant bills us. Typically, if we do it in our standards and in our fee schedule, it's structured that it's, I think, $50 an hour for that time to review those stormwater, geotech, all the specialty reports.
I will give him that. If we normally tell him and we missed it this time, we should eat that and not pass that on. So I give him that part of it.
So let me ask, no, before we go on to that, what did you just say though? That in this circumstance that we're not planning, we already were not planning on passing this on?
No, we would have passed it on. Our person told them about the peer review. They just didn't pass on. They said there was going to be expenses back in January or so, but they didn't get anything, so they never passed on cost. So in that instance, I agree with Mr. Coombs that, he wasn't aware of those costs. As far as them being told, they were told that there was a peer review.
And sir, we were told there was a peer review after the peer review had already been sent out. After that company was already contracted. And I'd just like to ask what the exact, I have a licensed engineering firm that submitted a drainage report here. So I'd just like to ask what are the questions on that drainage report? Are the measurements and the survey of the ponds that we submitted suspect at this point?
Do you really want to get into this?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, this sounds like more of a conversation. At this point, you've raised the issue of the cost, which is apparently a non-issue because we're not going to bill you for it. So then the issues as far as between the peer review and the engineering that was provided, that's between the two professionals. It really doesn't have anything to do with the Board of Commissioners. I would agree as far as I think we need better communication as far as when we are when things are gonna go out, if there's gonna be a cost associated with it, I would wanna know upfront kind of what's my range. And I respect the, oh, we're told $50 an hour, but is it gonna be, 100 hours, 1,000 at what, give me a range. I think that's a reasonable thing. But I think in this specific case, I would defer the communication that needs to take place between the two engineering professionals. And again, we're not charging this for this, so it's really our money. And so at this point, that's up to us.
With that being said, though, we are charging because if this started in November and this is the last thing that's holding it up as a peer review, and the company said they were going to have it done in November, the peer review company or whatever, if that's correct, what he just stated, you're sitting there on time, effort, and money 5 months later. There's an opportunity cost with that.
Sure.
And it sounds like there's been lack of communication back and forth in some way in this instance. And I always have a problem when a licensed engineer submits something, that's their liability. They're the licensed bonded engineer, they submitted documentation. If you think it's suspect, that's fine. But we need to have some sort of policy on, because you can't sit there and say everything that comes in, bring me a rock, you bring somebody a rock. It's the same thing we deal with the Gorge Commission. And then you say, no, bring me a different rock, or I don't trust that the rock you brought me is the right rock. I understand this is steep slopes. There's a lot of things going on here. Peer review is not a bad idea. It's too bad that the company that you sent it out to is taking so long. I wouldn't expect that it would take so long. And I hope, Josh, that, you're okay that if we're not going to bill you, sorry that this other company that's really outside our control is taking so long on this. Yeah, we need to be real clear up front when people come into these things. This is just a short plat, right? This isn't a long plat.
No, it's a short plat.
And I apologize, my video just cut out for about 3 minutes, but it sounds like at least maybe we've opened up communication here. So thank you very much.
And thank you for reaching out, Josh.
Okay. Anything else?
Gordy, the company that designed it the first time that said there was no space left, is that the same company that this individual hired and who's now saying that there is space? So that is the part that gave you.
So that threw a red flag in.
Yeah, I have to investigate it. Yeah, and it takes more to look into it.
No, I'm not questioning your peer review. I'm not questioning any of that with that slope there. I'm not, yeah. No issues for me, sir. Other than the communication thing, I think we already handled that.
Yeah.
We fell down on that.
Speaking about this, because we're expecting it, that Danny McCoy piece, they're just to the northeast of that. It's 4 acres, about the same size. That's going to come through sometime. Is that expected? I don't remember to use that same stormwater retention as well.
That's the time when Danny came in for his short plat or his plat. That was the one that
They said there was no available space.
yeah, there's nothing left. So the last one that was done, that was where I was told there was no other capacity.
And so that's why Danny's 4 acres haven't been split up yet.
I don't know for him. I don't know.
Because that would be the problem is if one person's been told, no, you can't do it because there's no capacity. And then you have somebody else come in later who does it. That's the part that scares me. Because I'm sure you'll hear from Danny.
Right.
All right.
It's a challenging site. It's just, it's tough.
Okay,
Any other topics for Public Works?
No,
It's-
Thank you for the,
I don't have anything. Nothing else? Everything- Everything's great in Public Works.
is there gonna be any, change of funds with this interlocal agreement, or are they using it for free all?
No, they have to pay.
Oh, they do.
I know it's a $7 a person. or
Yeah,
something like that.
it's half. We worked that out with the sheriff's department, so they get half what we normally charge.
Yeah.
Because, the taxpayers of the county actually built that, and we got a lot of grants, but
Right.
taxpayers, so these agencies aren't really, I mean, I guess they are funded in the big approach, but it isn't the.
Right.
it isn't
Yeah, we
the-
sent our, own folks, then, we already paid for it. They can go use it. That's what it's for. But
Yeah.
other agencies, there should be some compensation at a lesser rate. That's fine. Yes, sir.
Unrelated question, just not nitpicking or anything. Item number 8 on your list of the snowplows. You're replacing 4 of them. Are these still functioning, still working, still? Are these busted
Yes.
down jalopies?
No, they're still functioning.
yeah, what we do is we kind of have this rotation where we pass the good ones down and the worst ones in the fleet get cycled out. So there's 4 leaving, but they're not
These 4
these.
leaving.
No,
there's the 4 that these are replacing are just moving down the line and someone else will use them.
So how old are the ones that you're replacing?
Right.
6 years, 5 years?
no, the ones that are actually leaving. the
Leaving
fleet,
the.
Oh,
yeah.
they're
About 20 years, maybe.
they're old.
They have 200,000 miles on them.
Yeah.
They're the old
That was-
6-packs. They were 2-wheel drive when 4-wheel wasn't popular.
Interesting.
4-wheel was always popular.
So-
It was not popular to pay for.
Exactly.
What do you think is the value of
That's
those
true.
that are being offered?
Let's be truthful.
Yeah.
I don't, we get anywhere from 500 to, I don't know, a couple grand
Are
maybe.
you taking the plows and everything off, or they sold them right the way they're
Nope.
set up?
Yeah, the 6-packs that they're actually going out there, they don't have plows on them.
No.
And so it's just a 6-pack pickup, 2-wheel drive.
Yeah.
So whatever the value is and whatever people will actually offer.
They are mobile.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if what's getting sold doesn't have plows on it, we'll have more plows in the.
Yes,
Yes.
yes, yes, it'll help.
Just trying to get everything on the record,
Yeah.
let people know, no plowing will be better.
You get a better price if you buy the plow with the rig too, as opposed to going back and
Yeah.
I'll have to try that next time I buy a pickup. I
There you
guess.
pick up the plow. I'm saying you're getting a better price on the pickup.
Yeah. Every pickup comes with a plow.
All right,
Honest
You're welcome.
Joe's plow. Get worried.
Thank you.
Thank you.
that was the shortest Gordy update ever.
Yeah, we made it in a half hour.
Yeah, all right.
27 minutes. Thank you, gentlemen.
Yeah, thank you. First time for everything.
Right.
You want to do it? I'll do it this time. Thank you for being here. Hey, you wore my shoes.
Is it nice to be back in the room? Like you haven't been at the kid table.
Probably been enjoying it.
Yeah, actually. Yeah.
Yeah,
And now you're, yeah, welcome to the big time. Prime time, I guess.
Well, she's not on camera though.
Oh, well, then never mind.
That was done on purpose.
Well, we can maybe,
I know.
Cut Dan out of it.
yeah.
I'm okay with that.
You have my camera.
No, you're right in the middle. Commissioner Anderson's working on his close-up capability.
Oh, okay. Gotta get Richard in there now.
Yeah.
Zooming in.
Yeah, lead in, that's right.
Okay.
Lee, can I make a copy?
Cost you a quarter.
Well, one for everyone, so I
Got it.
know go over it. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I'll get to those later. You read. Maybe touch on natural resources first. So our lead entity process for this round of salmon recovery grants has started. A technical committee met last week. Citizens committee will meet next week. I believe all of our technical committee members have got their applications in for reappointment. So we can get those processed. We have a couple of CRC members that need appointment, one of which is a representative for the Regional Fishery Enhancement Group. And that's a organization that's called out in statute. So we need them to nominate someone. Hopefully they'll.
His technical boards with all the fisheries people, I didn't know that we were sending those out to citizen application process and making him jump through all those hoops. Is that what we expected to do with this?
It wasn't.
And so we asked them to submit their application. I believe all of them did. So, yeah, so we get people with background there. So anyway, hopefully we can get those in place, but we're moving forward with the meetings while it's happening.
I did talk with Whitney about all the applicants, and she sent me an email saying that she checked them all out and they all look good to her. So
They'll meet the criteria.
and we're getting, we're filling holes that we had last year too. So this process actually worked out fairly well.
Oh,
We got a CRC member from the tribe.
I just didn't figure there would be many citizens that are just, Joe the mechanic that are applying for that. So I didn't know if it was a waste of time and effort to try to reach out to Joe the public to fill those seats and not direct phone calls to fill those seats.
Usually they're pretty targeted at different, we need a timber industry.
Right.
Regional Fishery Enhancement Group. So we need to get those.
That's the list I'll review this afternoon.
Okay, thank you. Need to get that broadly representative to different kinds of stakeholder groups. So that's one of those committees that does need some attention in terms of not being wide open. Moving on, we got, as talked to you several times, we're doing stream flow monitoring up in the Simcoes on a Dry Creek and Butler Creek, seeing if that'd be suitable for water storage projects. Had the flow gauge on Butler Creek evidently got blown out and is being reinstalled. I don't know if it's been reinstalled or is still in process. So I got an update from the Conservation District who's working with us on that. And Dry Creek, my understanding is there's having a data logger malfunction. So hiccups. Equipment hiccups, get that back up and running. Well monitoring, do plan on doing that in April, so we'll be getting notices out to the landowners that will be coming to their wells. Southern Gifford Pinchot Collaborative, and Commissioner Anderson, you're much more familiar with the organization than I am, having worked with it for so long, but my understanding is the next meeting, they're going to be deciding on approving zones of agreement for early
cereal habitat creation.
Yes. So that's, in my understanding, that's going to be targeting for harvest timber under 80 years old.
In matrix plants. So that's been a long time coming.
Is it gonna get there?
That's the agreement, where there's, the zone of agreement is, hopefully will be passed tomorrow, Thursday.
Yeah.
So, yeah, took a long time, but
Yes, that's an accomplishment.
Right. And so Whitney's picking up the seat for the county on that collaborative, so hopefully we can keep making progress. I think the only other real thing I'd like to note in natural resources, this Crown Columbia water right. Crown Columbia is kind of interesting in that a few years ago, they applied for, a water right change. It was on the Spokane River, and they ran into a lot of headwinds. I think that fell through. So it's kind of interesting that they were trying to, I'm not sure the word, revive some water rights that were associated with a military base, if I remember correctly. So I was watching that a little bit out of the corner of my eye because it was kind of interesting into how it played out with municipal water rights and the application of the new municipal water law. But I hadn't been tracking. We've been getting notices about this Crown Columbia thing, and I've been assuming that's that old thing. So in my priorities, it's been low. And then we got the email from Paul Jewell this week letting us know that there's a meeting on that Friday. And then I looked that up, and that's changed quite a bit. It's significant, and I'm not sure I fully understand it at this point after looking at it for one day.
Well, that's unfortunate because I was hoping that you would allude.
No, I'm not sure how to take it. So they're looking to establish a water bank that covers basically the Columbia Basin, and I believe that would be
and its tributaries.
And its
I know
tributaries.
they can propose anything, but.
Right. And they've got some water rights to seed it initially, but they will, if it's passed, they'll be shopping throughout the
I'm wondering,
basin.
is that
for more-
the business model that they're looking, that they're going
That's
to
what it
be,
appears.
it appears to be like they would be a water purveyor, a water
Yeah.
right purveyor,
Right.
that they're trying to set up their service area is basically the Columbia Basin, and they could buy and sell water rights
Yeah,
into
water
that.
bank.
And water banked and.
Do you know who Crown Columbia is?
Yes.
I tried to look him up online.
I think I can send you some information. I think it's Petraeus Group. It's an investment group that does investment in agricultural lands and different kinds of properties.
Out of back east or something.
Yeah.
And so this kind of
Former
goes
Goldman
along-
Sachs executives formed it, I believe.
So this kind of goes along with that, all this push this last year about the water trust and the banking and,
Right.
legislation about, we have these investment groups coming in, buying up our water and deciding to be, the owners of our destiny.
Right. And well, I think the legislation got started to address water banking before this big proposal. This was back with the Spokane River when it was, we've got a Wall Street group coming in here is wanting to buy up water rights, and what does that mean? So there was some work. Unfortunately, it was COVID also when they were working on the water banking recommendations. So anyway, this one slipped under my radar. I thought it was something else, and so I plan on joining the meeting. It's Friday. Comments are due Friday. I'm sure it's going to receive plenty of comments. If I've got a lot of concern, I might submit we need more time to
We need
comment.
more time. Right. Yeah, I'm curious.
Yeah, so, it's kind of scary, the thought of having very deep pockets up looking for water in
Right.
tributaries, because once that water gets wicked to the Columbia, then, it'd be tough for places like, Little Klickitat Basin. We've already lost the water, a huge portion of our water right inventory in that basin as it is. It indicates since the adjudication, better than 50% of that is probably gone through relinquishment, non-use.
mean, it's interesting because you could, I mean, if you said deep pockets, if you had the resources and could do it, you could just go out, lock things up, and then, I mean, you could pay what would be considered over market, but then
Yeah.
now what's the market? Because you can't
Yeah.
do anything
You've
without the
monopolized it.
water, you've monopolized it. And I mean, I know what folks are getting for, water rights transfers now, 10 years ago would have been, people would have thought that's insane. Nobody's going to pay that. And
Yeah.
now they are. So if you're, in the long haul, it's a good investment if you could go.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting, this idea though, that you could move things around.
They'd have to do impairment analysis wherever it goes, if they moved it upstream, but again, a lot of the prime areas for irrigation are along the Columbia.
Right.
So, other than Yakima Basin.
Right. Well, that's its own, it has its own center of gravity.
Yeah.
Basin does. Or lack thereof.
Yeah. It's got a bunch of dams too.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So Mr. Christopher asked about the lodging tax. We've got approval on your consent agenda for us to advertise for that. So I brought in what happened last year. So if you look at the left-hand column, those are revenues as they're received from lodging tax. On the right columns, for 29th, the year prior. In the middle, you'll see there's a column for invoices paid to Goldendale Area Chamber of Commerce. They had a $35,000 budget. And they left a little over 5 on the table last year. Klickitat County Fair Board was awarded $3,500 and they claimed none of it. It was a COVID impact. Mount Adams Chamber of Commerce, they were awarded $61,000. Little difference there, and Goldendale gets significant funding from the city of Goldendale, which claims its lodging tax. Last year, White Salmon claimed their lodging tax, but they, to my knowledge, didn't release any of that funding for contracts. Also, Mount Adams, you'll see it. There's a state visitors guide. Part of their proposal is to advertise for the state in the state's visitors guide, and on the website, that's a county-wide benefit. It's not limited to their, the west end of the county. Maps, again, that's a county-wide thing. They prepare tourism maps. So sometimes they'll do projects that are county-wide in scope. And
So Dave, when did the city of White Salmon start collecting their revenues?
I believe the first of the year,
First of
Last year.
last year.
last year. So in 2019, we were getting the county and the city of White Salmon.
Yes.
And then in 2020, we were getting just the county
Yes.
minus White Salmon, and we still made the same amount of money.
Yeah, a little more, in fact.
Yeah, in essence, which
Yeah.
we were expecting to take like a 30% hit, correct?
Right,
And instead we made more money.
right.
Amazing.
Bingen we were anticipating, I budgeted, 110,000, and I expected I would get 70,000 in revenue in 2020. That was prior to COVID. I expected it to go down because of Bingen and White Salmon claiming theirs. White Salmon, as far as I can tell, has not yet started receiving their lodging tax revenue. I don't know if they've applied for it or not, but
Are there any other organizations besides the chambers that have received, in the Fair Board?
in the Fair Board, Mary Hill Museum
Okay.
got funding the year prior, in 2019, I believe it was.
See, I guess that's my question. What type of organizations qualify to turn in an application?
They need to be nonprofit. So that's
Any
That's lots of
nonprofit,
businesses
any
last year.
nonprofit that's trying to promote tourism
to
qualifies.
promote tourism, yeah.
But it sounds like you don't get a very big list of applicants.
No, we don't. We did last year also have applications from, let me see, I've brought them with me in fact. Let's see. We received a couple of applications that, let's see, West Klickitat Posse and Saddle Club.
Right.
And there was another one, okay.
So they submitted an application but didn't get approved from the board. for that.
And Broken Spur Rodeo Association. Now, the reason they didn't get funded because they were applying for capital facilities like waste
Oh.
sewer systems and that sort of thing. And that's not an allowed expenditure under statute for those funds. So they submitted for projects that
But if they submitted for their marketing
for,
side,
Yeah,
if it's a
they wouldn't
tourism
be considered.
promotion
I was
event,
gonna say, yeah, if they were applying for radio spots to promote their rodeo, then that would qualify, but not building new bleachers.
yeah,
Uh,
exactly.
Okay.
so what can you attribute this increase in revenues to? I mean, it was COVID, and I see, as expected, May and June revenues were down because everything was shut down. But, I mean, these are really big gains.
Right. So we saw an increase in, our RV camps. And in those sort of non-traditional lodging facilities, like not bed and breakfast, but, vacation
Right,
rentals.
Airbnb,
Chicken coops.
yurts and chicken.
Yes.
Is some of
Yeah,
the platforms
And-
really started making sure that they were charging the lodging tax on the things that were typically the non-traditional?
They
Well,
started that years ago.
Yeah.
They had agreements with the
Okay.
state.
We get
I'm just
some,
wondering
we
what
get
that is,
some
it's-
from individuals, but usually if they're using one of the major platforms for,
Like
It's just
Airbnb?
growth.
yeah,
that
as an
industry
example,
is what it
there's
is.
an agreement there with the state and the funding is paid by them. So, there's that.
Yeah, the platforms collect it.
Collect it and then they give it to the state and the state.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm sure they sit on it and make money on the
Right.
interest for a little bit before they
Yeah.
submit
Let's
it.
say we don't have a growth of hotels, we have a
No.
growth in.
But we've got, how many cabins have they got up in that new facility and
Getaway.
Oh,
yeah, there's-
yeah, so they've got a number, and that's the kind of operation that attracted people from the city that wanted to get out of this COVID thing, but didn't want to go to a traditional hotel. And I don't see the numbers for the, like the hotels in Goldendale, because they're part of the city, so.
But what we heard is that Goldendale stays were way down, but the Getaway was booked the entire time.
Okay.
Well, the first couple of months, I think of COVID, they were all told they couldn't even operate.
Yeah, that was the May, June
Yeah.
downturn.
Yeah,
But then again, I think some of the hotels set up with emergency management to house COVID people and then ended up not, so that's one of the reasons why.
Okay.
How do we reach out to nonprofit organizations and advise them that this is available for application, or do we?
we advertise in the paper, but that's a legal notice. I guess just sort of go through the phone book, look and see what we've got and let them know that it's there. I mean, we've had some in the past and they've asked for such little money that I've got part of my budget includes, a couple of $1,000s that is used for promoting community events, and we'll, a rodeo association or somebody
Right.
we're going to advertise their little rodeo and then,
I just want to make sure some of
I'll
those
do
little
that.
guys are getting a fair shot at these dollars.
Yeah.
So one way or the other.
okay, let me see what we can do about coming up with some outreach there.
I mean, we used to have like the river days and stuff on the white salmon that used to bring in a ton of people.
That's what I'm thinking. We need more of that,
Right.
all over the county. I mean, the chambers are great, no complaints, but I don't, we need more river days, rubber ducky floats down the Klickitat, community days type events around here.
Okay.
But could we give money if they were gonna do like whatever the road show or whatever in Goldendale?
Well, like the
Because-
car show,
Yeah, like the car show, and if they came in or up a nonprofit, because the city collects those dollars.
Yeah, I think that the lodging tax committee tends to consider that.
They consider it, okay. And do we have an application?
But I don't think we're not precluded from getting some money there. But
Later today for the lodging tax committee?
yeah, because
Oh,
it's surprising because Goldendale was down. They only had, I want to say $40,000 to spend this year. And I think they only had like 65,000.
Yeah.
So I mean, they took a pretty big hit last year. And then to see us up is kind of odd.
yeah, I was surprised.
Instead, I think it's those short terms. Most of Goldendale's is, there's a couple of bed and breakfasts down, but most of it's the hotels.
It's gonna be interesting to see if that sort of sticks.
Yeah, if that's been a significant shift like people.
I will say though, that with the change in the Gorge Commission 2020, I went on one of the platforms to look like how many are gonna be affected by that change. And it's under 20 is what I was seeing, but that's still 20 that usually
20.
brings in dollars, that would be bringing in dollars.
Yeah, but I think there's,
90 nights, which who's gonna run I always think that's a different, it's a relevant topic in that there's such a disconnect between where their new regulation limits to 90 nights a year, but you're allowed to have up to 3 employees. And it's like, what would I need 3 employees for a facility that has 90 nights a year? You're not.
I think
we could make up for those 20 lost by when we get done with the short-term rental thing, because you'll bring the outlaws out of the closet. And hopefully start collecting on some of those.
I think the Gorge Commission's executive director noted in her email that, it's similar to Hood River, which I think when they put together their short-term rental rules, that they were not trying to encourage them, for sure. So that's what we got.
Well, I think that's a given with the commission that they encourage.
Economic development?
It's tolerated. If you can get to tolerate.
I was gonna say.
They're listening. If any of them are listening right now, they're pissed off.
I wouldn't use the word
I'm
tolerate.
sorry, it's 30 years of experience. It is like we fight kicking and screaming to get them to tolerate, much less encourage.
You sound bitter, Dave.
Yeah, well, it's a lifetime. I've lived here my whole life.
But
So
reading what she said, though,
I was here before them,
that's, close
and I'll be here after them.
to 20 businesses that are gonna be put out of business.
Right.
That are our constituents.
Right.
Um,
Or we'll go underground.
Yeah, it's tough, the leisure hospitality, on a national average, you look at the job employment base in the county or a city, and 11% is leisure hospitality, and for us, it's 5. We're half that, 5-6%. So, and we're supposed to be a tourism mecca. It's just we don't have the facilities that collect money. The hotels are across the river and retail. So, buildable lands inventory, I think you got a contract there. It's just to extend, right? I put a stop work on it last year due to the COVID. You couldn't pay any attention to it. So picking that back up, I think we got a balance there, about 11,000 to wrap it up. And Richard will be working with them. I know wants them to go down and talk to the new port director, for example, so that may happen in April. The extension's out to September. We hope to have it done much sooner than
That's
that.
what I was hoping.
Yeah, but it was one of those, if you got to go to an amendment. Yeah. So I think targeting what, in the Mayish kind of,
Yeah, I'm trying to get it done. I just don't know what's, I mean, with, you know, the $1.9 trillion coming out with COVID and everything else.
you know, what's that gonna
But
do?
in the last, I know I was gone for a couple weeks in February, but I had been talking to them on the back end about some of the work that they need to kind of continue to do and revise with what they've produced already. So we've already been kind of working on it. It's just about finishing it up right now and making it more official so they can actually start charging on that $11,000.
Let's see, we talked about previously Senator Murray's request for her, out of her office for projects to put on the list for her for that, you know, the Build Back Better package that may be coming. It's in general infrastructure. Richard did put in on their list the Hood River Bridge, as did the cities of White Salmon and Bingen and the Port of Klickitat. So, you know, the cities were aware of this, and so that's what they put on there. We also put on the project at the airport with the infrastructure and the hangar that would be for the community college's aviations program. On that note, Richard's continuing to work on that. I think probably May again, targeting to get the revised grant application.
Third time's the charm.
Busy May. Get that in. So but we still got some responding to do to their questions on that grant program. You know, I think the airport and the community college need to get together a lease, so that they're working on that. That needs to go with the package. Klickitat mill site had a call. Well, Richard fielded a call with ecology as well as I think a tribe. Some folks from the tribal fisheries were on the call. State Parks was on as well? Okay. But we should be getting a no further action letter on that pretty soon. Our portion of the mill site is clean.
No further action for the cleanup to industrial or to meet commercial?
I need to see it. But
From my understanding, they said I did get mixed messages from them. Originally, they said, hey, you know, we're not even looking at industrial standards, but you know, as long as nothing's disturbed out there, we're fine. And they came back in that meeting and they said, hey, we're going to give you guys the no further action for our property with no restrictions or covenants on it that we have to really worry about. We're still, I want to see it writing. I want to see what that letter says. But that's what they had mentioned. It's different for the neighbor's property. And do you mind if I jump ahead a little bit with the?
Go ahead.
So in that meeting, we had talked to ecology about it, and they had mentioned if you guys, you got some history on the Klickitat mill site. It hadn't really been touched because some transformers were taken off the property like 10 some years ago. And so they said that was fine. We're gonna reobtain that, no further action. In 2018, when I spoke with ecology, they basically did free testing for us to see exactly where we were at in 2019. COVID hit in 2020, and they said in September, ecology had mentioned to us that their integrated planning grant is going to open up in the fall. It closes at the end of January, I believe. So the following March, we'll know whether or not we can obtain an integrated planning grant. But with that integrated planning grant, that allows us to basically have assisted funding to, engage with the community and stuff on the potential use of that property. So there's been a lot of different suggestions on what goes on with that property and how best to use it with the community. And at least over the last couple of years, ecology seems to be very willing to kind of move forward with that path, if that makes sense.
What do you expect for the time frame on the no further action with no covenants? When do you think they'll get that to us? Because
This week.
Huh?
This week, I think.
Wow.
So, wow. We also had another meeting, Richard and I, with Tribal Fisheries, Mid-Columbia Fish Enhancement Group from the fish dollars. We're likely going to get an application that comes in to look at that reach that goes through there. And my idea was if we put out an RFP and see what the community or businesses are interested in on our portion of property, then what we could do is we can all work together to figure out what's best for that property. And then likely there'll be fish dollars to come in to do the design on the stream bed too, to match our vision. And that will start next year. So the integrated planning grant, while it sounds great, it's really not moving at the speed I'd like to see, you know.
So, yeah, I brought that up with them as well as the adjacent property owner. The adjacent property owner has done developmental projects, and, you know, that's what she does out of Portland. She had mentioned that she would like to be engaged on it in some fashion, and if really the follow-up discussion we had after our meeting was basically, you know, how do we move forward, if that makes sense? And so, and who's doing what? I think that's what people want to know, including the adjacent property owners. They want to know what exactly the county is going to be doing. And if that includes not doing anything, they're perfectly fine with that too. You know, they're just kind of curious on what's happening. Speaking to the fishery folks with all their salmon restoration and stuff like that, they're still super early in the process. So I mentioned that in the meeting. I said, listen, if you know, the integrated planning grant, it comes out, maybe we get selected, maybe we don't. It opens up fall, closes into January. So this is going to be a, you know, 2-3 years down the line on trying to figure out how to move forward. And the folks from the Yakima Nation and the mid-fishery Columbia folks said, hey, that's actually kind of works with us because this is going to take us a while to figure out what we want to do out here. So that was a discussion on the back end with them. I don't know if that helps out or not. So, but yeah, if you went for RFP immediately, then yeah, that'd be a much more quick route.
Well, what do you guys feel? Do you want to try to push for an integrated planning grant, or should we put an RFP out there and see what we can get to bite?
I'm fine with that as far, I mean, I don't see that we can't do, I mean, because the planning grant's not due till.
And again,
Right. So I think I think the first thing is, let's see what we get from the letter, because again, the devil's in the details with that property. What does no further action? If it really is no covenants, no, that's huge, because that's been, you know, 25 years waiting for, because before no further action meant no further action if you keep a fence around it and never go in there and don't touch anything. It's like, well, that's not super useful. But
yeah, and some other stuff with that integrated planning grant, what we were looking at specifically with that, just for some additional background, is there's a lot of structures on that site that have been compromised due to theft over the years. And so do they have asbestos? Do they not? How,
right.
What is the structural integrity of that?
well, I know we had because the asbestos folks went and did our the one, I don't know that they did the other, you know, the old filtration stuff. I don't know what's in there. I don't know if they went in that building. They were mostly, just a couple weeks ago on the other one, whatever structure that was, the one that we're worried about, you know, that it'll stay up.
Right.
Because of that was the plan, was to remove that, but we needed to understand, you know, if we're gonna tear it down, is there asbestos? It's hard to believe there's anything left in it.
Right.
Well, they would have left the asbestos.
Yeah, they would have left the asbestos, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. Usually you say if it wasn't nailed down, it was taken.
Yeah.
In this case, they took.
They took the nails too, right? So I don't know if we've got a report back on that. I don't think so. Because that would be good to know too.
Is that what we're moving forward with RFP?
I would. I mean, what are your?
I'm trying to talk less. Yes.
It's working.
I thought I might have forgot about it.
Yeah, no.
No, I think that's the right way to go.
Okay, we're gonna wait until we see what that.
Yeah,
looks
this
like.
one sheet, because it's, so that's, yeah. that
And then we'll make it
RFP,
different to the RFP.
RFP, here's an RFP for you, can't do anything. It's- Yeah, keep the fence up. Build a bigger fence.
I always try and, every group I talk to with those different grants from different government agencies, I always try and say, okay, this is the timeline that we're gonna be looking at. Usually people will take the quickest route, if that makes sense.
Right.
So.
Okay. Let's see, we talked to you before, Richard's been working on trying to get an incumbent worker training program together for some of the companies in our tech industry. I guess the Southwest Washington Workforce Development Council's executive director has moved on, so the project manager that Richard had been working with on that is now
The
the
new,
interim, or?
Yeah, so she's gonna become the new executive director of the organization, and then they're gonna have to backfill. They have like kind of a business advisory council that decides on these projects, so they're gonna have to backfill on that. I'm not sure who they're gonna put in there, but I'm waiting on some information, so.
Working Washington for the next round of grant funding. We expect that the application portal will open next Monday. It'll be open for 12 days. I've got a little advanced information on that, but we've been asked not to share it out yet. So I think they're still making sure they've got up on their website what they want. So we'll be
I won't ask
broadcasting
you.
on that.
Since
Those will
we're-
be up to $25,000 grants, I believe. But they'll subtract, if you've had prior rounds of Working Washington grants, then they'll subtract out of your max. So, and they need to get those awards out by June 30, so it'll move fairly fast. Tied to the fiscal year.
So if somebody got the $20,000 grant last time, then they're probably not gonna be able to get anything.
Well, with a 25, they
so
have
the
potential.
cap
for
is
5.
25.
Right, but we already gave them 5 the first round, then they got the 20,
Oh, yeah, they've already got 25s in there.
and they're back.
They've exhausted. And have to look at other programs. So that's the bulk of it.
Any questions, comments?
Have you looked into that property in Dallasport?
I'm banging my head against
Not
the
yet,
wall with the grant thing. So,
Been doing public records.
So that is a piece of property that I looked as part of that global lands inventory that I'll be speaking with our contractors and stuff. So as part of that project, we have to select 8 to 10 sites, and that's how we suspect that's what, yeah.
Yeah, and that should have been on their radar because we had discussed that.
Yeah.
Clear back.
But we need to look at the
27.
title on that,
Right.
and you might want to talk and get that pulled so we know what we can and can't do on that before. I mean, it would be great to select that site as a catalyst site.
But that's always been the issue, is that there's some questions on what restrictions or not, or what.
are you guys talking about the mill? I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry, Dallasport.
That triangle piece.
That triangle
Oh,
piece of Dallasport of public that the county owns down there.
And is it dedicated to park or something?
It could, I mean, I don't know. That's always been the question. It should be fairly simple. It's like you just get a title report. And it's like, I don't know why we've never been able to really do that.
Natural resources wise, what else came across the desk?
So you got 20 minutes to go. You better keep talking about something.
Yeah.
No, I've got, I think we're gonna have Rye Development's gonna give a presentation.
11, yeah.
And I think I told him, just in case, why don't you get on a little early?
He is on.
Oh, yes,
Is
so
on.
we may start a little bit early then. I am gonna take.
Yeah, let's take, yeah, if you want to take it.
I'm gonna run down the hall.
And Lee,
5-minute break.
Eric's gonna be calling in from home and has some bandwidth issues there. Can we pull up this screen, or I can get Richard to go back to the office and pull it up on that screen and we can share with him?
Why don't you do that?
I didn't catch on that part. What am I doing?
You can pull up the
That slide,
slideshow.
yeah, slides presentation I sent you?
Yeah, on my screen.
Yeah,
Right.
so we can pull that up and
Okay.
share it.
Yeah, that you will share your screen. I've already got it clicked to allow someone to share.
Okay, so coming on your Zoom and put it on there?
Yes.
Yep.
I don't have that saved on this computer. Everybody went to,
Yeah. This is the list?
yeah, that's the list that they'll talk about this afternoon, and you can see your citizens review committee on there as well as your technical committee. And then we did have the one application for the lodging tax.
Oh, okay. We did from whom?
I believe that was Lisa Evans.
Okay. Okay.
She has addressed the board a couple of times.
Well, she is already on what we got.
Oh, she is?
Right, so,
Oh, I apologize.
no, so she's on there. Their appointments expire at the end of May. We're hoping to have.
Oh, I see her right there. I
Yeah,
apologize.
no problem. We're hoping to have the process complete and a recommendation to the commissioners for funding, basically for this year's site by then. But I suggested to people that
Yeah.
they reapply. And this would be for the next appointment.
Yes. Here, you want to keep this or no?
Oh,
Or-
yeah. That's an extra. Great, thank you.
I did not even notice that she was already there because that committee's really not due yet.
Yeah.
I was just excited because there's a vacancy.
Yeah.
You're fine.
Should pause that.
Oh.
That was
Oh, sorry. Okay, yes, go ahead.
Was Richard able to get that up on the
He's
screen?
on, but I don't see where he's not visually on.
You just want to look at it, there's nothing for signature, but you can see it. See, I'm not transferring money off store to my
Siphoning to your. Swiss
site,
bank
to my
account.
Swiss bank account.
Don't look at the ones that I did.
Okay.
Approval for leave of absence, and you signed it?
I know. I hesitated, but.
I would have hesitated big time on that.
Not yet.
He's there, but I don't have him in a box. Like his video's not on.
Hold on a second.
Okay.
I'm still pulling it up.
So you're gonna be on your phone and your computer, question mark?
So the phone is attached to the computer.
So he's gonna be sharing the screen for.
Right.
So he can show.
Okay, just a minute.
So everybody can see the front.
It says host disabled participant screen sharing.
You have to make him host. You have to make him, yeah.
had that all worked out earlier today. Share. Totally screwed that one up. Hang on.
Oh.
Don't you share her screen?
Is that what I did?
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
shared your screen.
Okay,
So
stop share.
unshare.
No, I have it clicked to have one participant share. I guess that's me.
We're getting there. It's
I
technology. We're still-
It's only been a year.
It's only been a year, that's right.
No, I disagree. It's
Yes,
only
that's
been-
true. Let's
It's
be
only
honest.
been 2 months. So, yeah.
Okay, you're the host, Richard.
There we go. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. We have Eric, and Eric, I apologize. I have 3 different spellings for your last name, so.
That's quite all right. My last name is Steinley, so it's Eric
Timely,
Steinley.
thank you.
Yes.
With Vice President of Ride Development, we're going to have an update on the status of the Golden Vale Energy Storage Project. Something I'm really interested in, so as we all are, I'm sure. So if we want to go from there, welcome. This is the board. We do have, this is an open Zoom meeting, so we have lots of participants on here, and so I'm glad we're able to share the screens as you work through your presentation. So go ahead, take it away whenever you're ready, sir.
Excellent. Thank you, commissioners and staff, for the opportunity to speak this morning and provide an update on this regionally important project. So with that, I'll start with introducing myself and the company I work for. If you want to go ahead and switch slides to the second slide. I work for a company called Rye Development, and I'm based in Portland, Oregon. And we're one of the larger developers of low impact hydropower projects in the United States. Specific to the Pacific Northwest, we have 2 hydro pump storage projects that we're developing. One is the Golden Dale project here in Klickitat County, and then there's a second project that we've completed permitting of in Southern Oregon that's smaller in size, commonly referred to as the Swan Lake project. Go ahead and switch slides. So for the update today, I'll go backwards a little bit. I know at least some of you have heard this before, but I want to just touch on what the project is, specifically what pumped storage is. There's a lot of discussion in the popular press now about energy storage and sort of what makes this project unique and how it fits into the modern electrical grid. And then I'd like to close out by a discussion on what the project means, especially benefits for this region. And then hopefully have enough time before you break for your lunch period to answer any questions or take comments as well. Go ahead and switch slides, please. So I'll start here with just the image that you see on the left-hand side of the screen. This is a scaled rendering completed by engineers of what the completed project would look like. So on the left-hand side of the screen, you have the lower reservoir. This is a 2 reservoir project that sits as part of what most people identify as the former aluminum smelter area. And then up above, you have another pond or reservoir that is near the top of the Columbia Hills. And just for reference, I know probably everyone is very aware of this. The white dots, or I guess what shows up as white on the screen, those are the existing wind towers on the landscape. And of course, all those roads and other features are all existing there. So I start with this slide because this is a big civil works project. I think if people haven't heard anything about it, they at least understand that point about the project. But visibly, the main thing that people will see when this project is constructed are these two new reservoirs. And to give you a sense of scale, these are just 60 acres each in size. And so I'm going to provide some information on other project features today, but with the exception of transmission, all those other features are subsurface. They're underground, the penstocks, the powerhouse, access tunnels. And that's typical for this type of energy storage project. And it's also what we consider one of its benefits, and not having such a large, footprint on the landscape, especially in comparison to lithium ion batteries and other types of renewable energy storage projects. So let's go ahead and switch slides. I guess before I touch on some of the project details too, I wanted to point out, and it was on the previous slide, that Rye Development is working with Copenhagen Investment Partners, or what's commonly referred to as CIP. They are the true owner of the project and came into the project in 2020. And CIP is an infrastructure investment company that's based in Denmark and focused on greenfield and renewable energy projects. CIP has a long track record of investing in projects that address climate change, positively benefit local communities, and of course create a number of family wage jobs. So on this slide, I think most people are aware with this general location in Klickitat County, the former aluminum smelter area along the Columbia River down below, and associated with what's labeled here as a lower reservoir, and then the upper reservoir near the top of the Columbia Hills. This particular project, all its features are located entirely on private land that is owned by NSC Smelter. And again, a little bit of orientation. You can see here on this slide the powerhouse and the other areas that connect the two reservoirs. And again, those features are underground. And then we have new transmission that takes advantage of an existing BPA right-of-way that connects into the John Day substation on the Oregon side of the river, approximately 5 miles away. So while I mentioned that we're the developer of the project itself is it is a long-standing vision of this community. And I'm not just talking about Goldendale, of course, but the vision of individuals at Klickitat Public Utility District and many others in the county have had a strong interest in redevelopment of the former aluminum smelter site for renewable energy projects, pump storage, clean tech, and a variety of other things. So we find ourselves in a very fortunate position of coming into a project that's been looked at for quite some time, and not just looked at, but in this case, considerable amount of resources and work were completed, either as part of the energy overlay zone in Klickitat County or other efforts on the ground specifically to encourage redevelopment of this brownfield site. So before I jump off this slide again, I'll just point to these two reservoirs. Again, the largest visible component of the project once completed will be these reservoirs, 60 acres in size each. The project will provide 1,200 megawatts of on-demand renewable electricity, which, just to give you a sense of comparison, right? 1,200 megawatts, if you were to have a 1,200 megawatt wind project, you would need just over 7,000 acres of land. And comparatively for solar, if you're going to have 1,200 megawatts of solar, you would need 53,000 acres of land. So again, relatively small footprint for providing on-demand renewable electricity, and of course, in an area that's entirely on private land. Go ahead and switch slides. So I wanted to talk just a little bit about how pump storage works. Again, some of you are quite familiar with this, but I'll go through it quickly. One of the advantages of pump storage is that it's not a new technology. We're not depending on modeling and some new strategy to make it work or fit into our system or understand what its real costs are. It's a mature, proven technology. The first project was constructed in Europe well over 100 years ago. Certainly, while lithium-ion batteries tend to get a lot of the attention right now, especially when we're talking about electric vehicles, pump hydro storage currently accounts for 95% of all the utility scale storage in the United States. It's, of course, the oldest form of energy storage technology, and it's widely recognized as the cheapest way to store electricity as well. So RISE proposed pump storage projects are what are called closed loop systems. We are constructing 2 new artificial reservoirs on the landscape. Now, these are lined reservoirs. So after the initial fill, we're essentially moving water back and forth between these 2 closed systems, with the only operational water that's needed being that to offset any evaporative losses. Water is released from an upper reservoir and used to turn hydropower turbines to generate electricity before being collected in a lower reservoir and then returned to the upper reservoir to repeat that process based on grid demands. The energy used to pump the water uphill is from solar or wind, and as such, pump storage hydro is considered a carbon and pollution-free source of on-demand renewable electricity. I'm going to go ahead and switch slides. So I've mentioned that this particular pump storage site has been looked at, and this type of development has been the vision of folks for the better half of the last couple of decades. But it's important to talk a little bit about timing now and why the project is moving forward in the way that it is. And we can't really have that conversation without talking about policy and the popular demand up and down the West Coast that's driving policy that's bringing energy storage to the table. And so I've listed, the primary mandates there on this slide. And the project is an excellent fit. So the Goldendale Energy Storage Project helps electric grid managers balance rapidly changing electrical supply, of course, from wind and solar, to a lesser extent existing hydro, with that of commercial and residential demand from our buildings. And compared to other clean energy sources like wind and solar that are intermittent, pump storage enables grid operators to access on-demand renewables 24/7. And of course, the project aligns perfectly with the new Biden administration's clean energy and climate change focus, as well as the emission reductions goals included in the Paris Climate Agreement. I'm going to go ahead and switch slides. So I'd like to transition and talk a little bit about the benefits to the region. While the footprint, or at least the visible footprint of the project, is fairly minor for its scale, this is a massive civil project. $2 billion plus project. The studies that were completed in the early permitting phase indicate that we have more than 3,000 family wage jobs created during construction and another permanent 60 positions associated with the operation of the facility. These types of projects that are designed, one of their benefits is that they have an extremely long life. This is not like some of the other competing battery storage technologies like batteries, where essentially every, at least 15 to 20 years, you're completely throwing those systems out and the ratepayers are paying for replacements. These are long storage projects being designed for 100+ year lifespan. It's estimated that the project itself would provide more than $14 million in tax revenue for rural Washington communities annually in the broader project area. It's also listed right now as the #1 Washington project in the Mid-Columbia Economic Development District's economic development strategy. I'm happy to answer more questions about some of these numbers afterwards. So touching on environmental impacts, certainly for the case for Rye and for my experience personally, we have not worked on a project. I have not worked on a project on a piece of land or pieces of land that have been so exhaustively studied in the past through a combination of redevelopment efforts from NSC, the legacy of monitoring and environmental work at the NSC property, and then other efforts like the energy overlay zone work as well. A couple things to point out: this project revitalizes a former brownfield site into a clean energy resource. Something that's obvious, but I wanted to point that out. The project helps reduce our emissions and dependence on fossil fuels. Of course, this is a closed loop system that I touched on earlier, and we do not, or we will not, construct a new dam on an existing river to support the project. And of course, lower investment in transmission infrastructure in compared to other clean energy options. This project and its proximity to existing transmission really allows grid operators to better balance and utilize existing transmission instead of building additional high voltage lines. So just a couple more things I wanted to touch on here. I wanted to talk about the timeline of the project. We got started at RYE on this project really in 2018 after meeting with a number of local organizations and stakeholders, to understand their vision of the redevelopment of the NSC property. And we applied for a preliminary permit from the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. So the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, or FERC, has the authority to issue construction and operational licenses for these types of projects in the US. So we have to work through their process in addition to any other local and state processes for permitting. That preliminary permit that was issued to us in 2018, it doesn't grant construction, rather just allows us to study the potential of the site for a viable project and complete a number of studies that would allow us to prepare and file an application with the commission. So between 2018 and 2020, we did complete a number of environmental, engineering, and other types of studies that were compiled and incorporated into an application we filed with the commission in 2020. With the state, with the Washington Department of Ecology, we also filed 401 water quality certificate applications. We also provided a SEPA checklist or application to the state as well, and we're working through their parallel environmental review process in addition to FERC's. And I think, a big thank you to a number of members of the community in Klickitat County that were invaluable in assisting us as we conducted a number of these studies, and also, looked into a number of historic studies that were completed on the subject property. So where do we find ourselves today? So applications have been accepted both by the state and the FERC, and they are beginning just now their third-party environmental reviews of the project itself. And right now, based on their timelines, we expect both those processes to conclude in late 2022 or perhaps early 2023. And based on issuance of a 50-year construction and operational license at that time from the commission, we would expect that construction could begin approximately 24 months later. And so the earliest the project would be online would be 2028. And, I just want to point out that, while that's a, kind of a long timeline, and hopefully I'll be back here with good news and updates as we continue on with the process, commissioners. There is a way for people to stay involved and get regular newsletters and updates. Also, it's a place where residents, locals, and other stakeholders can go and get all of the up-to-date documents that have been filed and get general updates as well. So I've included that website. And then there's also, essentially immediately when you pull up on the site, there's a way, if you want to sign up and get a newsletter that provides updates on the project. Go ahead and switch slides. Other direction. We went backwards. One more slide. There we go. The ending slide. Again, I just wanted to include my contact information here in Portland. hopefully have a few minutes for questions, but if not, or if commissioners or staff have questions after the presentation, don't hesitate to send me an email or give me a call, and I'm happy to provide additional information. But again, I appreciate the opportunity to speak here this morning, commissioners, and provide an update on this project.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Eric?
I have a quick one.
Okay.
This is Commissioner Christopher. Can you remind me, I knew at one point in time, how deep these reservoirs are?
Yes, the maximum depth of the reservoir, and they're not equal, right? They're sloped reservoirs, is around 70 feet, as I understand it, the way they're designed.
Okay. Any other questions at this time?
And with
Mr. Anderson.
with your dig out on the reservoir, are you just building berms, so it's gonna be dug into the ground a ways, but it's also gonna be above ground?
That's correct. They're cut and fill type reservoirs. The dam portion of the new reservoir, those features are subject to all the federal dam safety requirements, and we'll have there'll be compliance requirements related to those throughout the entire life of the project, and overseen by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission.
Have you already done your geotech on it to ensure that it's not just straight rock under there, or is there, have you done borings?
We have some boring work that's been completed in the reservoir areas. We have not done the deep tunneling into the powerhouse location itself. We are hoping to get at least some preliminary feedback from the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, such as the form of a draft NEPA document, before we spend those resources to pursue that particular drill. Although, our geologists that are working on the project have a fairly high confidence in the geology of the area itself. There's a lot of existing information that is out there, but so to answer your question, part of the geotech work has been done, but there's still quite a bit to do as the project moves forward.
I had a couple I wrote down as we went along. I'm pretty familiar with this project, having, been sitting up here for a while, but I was curious, the electrical tie to the John Day substation, is that going to use the existing one, or will there have to be something constructed to get over to that, cross to the other side of the river?
No, that's a great question. So we had Bonneville complete a feasibility study for us. And right now the existing infrastructure can accommodate the 500 kV line that will connect from our project into the John Day substation.
Right, good. That's good news. Do you have some sense, as you said, this is a closed loop system, there's been some, I guess, concerns raised by some folks in the community about the use of water. And again, as you said, these are lined reservoirs. They're not going to lose any. They will have some evaporative losses. Have you done the analysis as far as what that is, as far as your consumptive water use is going to be on an annual basis?
Yeah, that's a great question. So the annual use of water, or the consumptive use once the project's in operation, will be around 350 acre feet of water per year. So my understanding is that the historic aluminum smelter, which was the previous water user at the site, they were using in excess of 8,000 acre feet of water per year. So the project would use a fraction of what the water use was historically there.
Put that in perspective, irrigation of alfalfa has a water duty of about 3 feet per acre. So
it's a little over 100 acres of
100 and some
alfalfa.
acres of alfalfa is the equivalent of
Water use, consumptive water use. Okay, you touched on the construction timeline. Looks like because those, the 3,000 jobs during construction would probably last 2 to 3 years. That those jobs, that kind of high level employment would be taking place. Is that accurate? 2 to 3 years?
It is accurate that it's temporary for Goldendale. It's likely to be longer, because of the underground work. So it's likely to be more like 3 to 5 years that you would see a lot of those construction jobs. It's not all equal, of course. There's a ramp up and then there's a peak and then it comes down. But the period of time or the shape of those temporary workers is a bit longer here at Goldendale, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, that totally makes sense. And I would assume that Rye, it has been, in fact, I know you have been, but you're working in conjunction with the city of Goldendale, the areas you mentioned. McKed is the #1 Washington project for the McKed, which I sit on the McKed board, so I know that. Obviously, it's a really important, it's a project for the region. There will be impacts from this project to the region as far as, 3,000 jobs is great, but that is a lot of people to bring into the area, because likely there will be some not insignificant influx of folks into the region for this project as well, with all the ancillary, positive things as far as on retail sales and business and stuff. I'm hopeful that there are discussions going on, particularly with the city of Goldendale, about how to kind of meet those needs of the project as far as when that employment is going on here in Goldendale.
Yes. Yeah, we have had a number of discussions. I think there's more work to be done there. Also, it's a little bit challenging given the lead time for this, but we keep having those conversations. And I would argue to some extent, Klickitat County and the surrounding counties are better equipped to handle that type of work than a lot of other areas in the Pacific Northwest, just given the experience with the wind projects, which I know a decade has gone by at this point since a lot of that was going on, but it is a type of work and workforce and associated impacts that the area has experienced at least a couple times before.
Right. Well, I would agree with you. I think we're up to the task. Certainly, I didn't want to put a negative spin on it. It isn't. I see it as a positive. But there are our experience from past. There is. You have to do some planning for that, as far as how that's going to, impact the communities in the region. Another, you had mentioned, you're obviously going through the FERC process now, which there's, but you did mention local and state permitting. Can you expand on that a little bit? I mean, I know FERC has preemption on things. Is there I guess what do you mean by that as far as local permitting? I don't want our building department thinking they're going to get a building permit fee on this $2 billion project.
No,
actually Lynn, she's on this call, so
yeah, no,
gave her an idea.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. No, it's a great question. In this case, we haven't identified a lot of local permitting requirements. To a large extent, the energy overlay work that was done by the county really opens the door up for this project. However, we are redeveloping and cleaning up a brownfield site, so we do have that nexus with ecology on the site, and so the Washington Department of Ecology is doing their own environmental assessment, or SEPA, process for the project, which a large component of is that we're proposing to completely remove and dispose of the west surface impoundment, which is one of the historic landfill sites that's currently capped, but still exists on the aluminum smelter property. So to some extent, it's unavoidable for us to have that state nexus when we're talking about, cleaning up a brownfield site to build, a new clean energy project. I'm going to describe it that way.
Other questions?
Sure. Let's talk about cost of per megawatt or per kilowatt hour. $2 billion projects for 1,200 megawatts and about 1.6 million per megawatt. What can, whoever's buying this power, what is the expense cost per megawatt on that? Wholesale value would you expect?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. We are, you did the simple math there. We're well less than $2,000 per kW, right, for a project like this, which puts us, in a really good spot when we're thinking about battery storage, especially long duration storage, in comparison to other, energy storage resources. When we're talking about participants in the project, this is a large project, right? So it's not just going to be one utility that is participating in the project. There's likely to be at least 2, maybe 3 utilities that are participating in it. And the niche that the project fills is really to provide a carbon-free capacity resource, long duration storage capacity resource. And the Pacific Northwest, every utility is seeing a capacity deficit as part of their resource planning mix sometime between 2025 and 2035. For some utilities, that capacity deficit is quite large. We're talking thousands of megawatts. And for other utilities, it's fairly minor. And what really changes this mix looking forward is, well, a couple things. You have a lot more intermittent renewables coming online. And then, coal is coming offline, right? So that won't be an on-demand resource as much as it, was historically, and will likely completely go away. And then, natural gas thermal generation is in question at this point. Certainly the ability to site additional thermal, to meet that capacity. So it's going to be storage. So then it's a matter of, what is the least cost, best storage resource for our Washington utilities. And, we would argue that we're certainly least cost and, can provide a very equitable option here at the project site, especially in comparison to, football fields full of lithium ion batteries, which are currently, what your option would be. So how we're thinking about it, how CIP is thinking about it, is a tolling type arrangement. CIP has the financial wherewithal to construct this project and wants to own and operate it for quite some time. And so utilities would be able to enter into a tolling type arrangement for capacity. And that could be a seasonal arrangement. It could be a daily arrangement. It might vary utility to utility. Does that answer your question, Commissioner?
Yeah.
Okay. Other questions?
Is there a general schedule at this point? Have you got if everything if the stars and the sun lined up, here's when we'd like to start, here's what we think the build process looks like, and here's when we'd be operational?
Yes, we had that slide up earlier. I apologize if it was confusing. Maybe we can't slip back to it now, but the presentation's available and you can see it on the project site. There's a schedule on there too, on the Goldendale Energy Storage Project website.
And where is it on the site? Because I looked a couple of days ago and I didn't find anything.
I believe it's just under the project details. There's an outline of the project schedule.
Okay.
And I think one of my colleagues is hopping on here to tell us exactly where it is. Go ahead, Michael.
Everyone, thanks I've been sort of lurking in the background listening. So the timeline that Eric presented, we haven't got through our web developer yet, so it will be up on the project website in the near future. We just launched the project website a couple of weeks ago, so we're sort of a soft launch and still working through some of the content, but it's a good reminder that that's a useful tool, and we'll we'll make sure we get it out there for you all.
Okay.
But to answer your question, the project, if the stars align, we could start construction in late 2024. And then, the project could be commercially viable in 2028, late 2028, early 2029. That would be if everything worked according to plan. And that's a good fit as far as demands from Pacific Northwest utilities when they're looking at capacity needs and specifically energy storage needs. And I talked about the size of the project, 1,200 megawatts, but the Pacific Northwest region is facing a 5,000 to 7,000 megawatt capacity shortfall in the next 10 years. So, the Golden Dale Energy Storage Project is certainly a cornerstone of how we're going to address this particular issue, but it's going to take a lot of other resources, a lot of other storage resources as well.
So are you saying you want to build another one another mile away?
Not committing today to that.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Yes. Phase 2. That's good. Just and maybe you can't answer this, but I was just kind of curious, the 1,200 megawatts, do you have some sense about how much wind, solar that can firm up as far as how many what the ratio, as we've looked at, the hydro system in the Northwest has been our ability to integrate as much of the wind as we have in the wind and intermittent renewables, but the system, that's obviously the need for this project is, according to, BPA and the Corps is, they're pretty much maxed out on their ability without additional storage resources. So any thoughts about how much bringing this online will enable additional intermittent resources as far as in megawatts? Is there some kind of rule of thumb?
There's a bunch of ways to answer that question. So, I think that the simplest way is kind of how I already addressed it is that, or I could add on it a little bit, is that, there's a number of incentives out there still for wind and solar. So a lot of utilities are really focused on issuing RFPs to acquire as much of that as they can. They know that they're going to be adding more solar and more wind to their system and trying to take advantage of these tax credits before they expire, to provide some replacement for coal coming offline, and also just additional resource needs. That is, of course, creating this capacity issue where we're going to have to not kick the storage component of the grid equation down the road too much longer, especially as areas in the Pacific Northwest and along the West Coast move past the 50% renewable energy milestone. Now, for us here in the Pacific Northwest, we kind of yawn when we think about that. We're so blessed with so much existing hydro. So much of our resource mix has been renewable for a long time. But certainly other areas, even in the West, aren't so blessed. If you look at other areas right now, so Europe is well ahead of us on this crusade, if you will, and moving towards 100% decarbonization. And so if you take a look at the wind and solar and pump storage and other types of storage that they're incorporating, a lot of areas are assuming a 3-to-1 ratio. So especially if you're going to have a lot of wind in your system, so for every 3 megawatts of intermittent renewables that you're putting into your system, you need to assume a megawatt of storage. So I don't know if that's a helpful.
That's helpful. That's a nice, simple, easy thing for just a point of reference for me.
Yeah.
So. Okay. Other questions?
I just got a comment. Eric, I think we've talked before too. It will enable us perhaps even to draw from renewables that are elsewhere. So solar in California, they have a great excess of it midday.
Right.
So potential that could come up here and distribute it. We might not have to overbuild our solar fleet as much as we would were it not, for having the storage. Does that about sum it up correctly, Eric?
Absolutely. So, this project sits right on the AC/DC, or, the transmission interstate, if you will, that connects the Pacific Northwest to Southern California. So you're absolutely right, Dave. Right now, I mean, you can just Google California solar oversupply and just see how much curtailment of existing solar that's constructed is happening every day now in California. And that's because there aren't large storage resources connected to the regional grid system that can effectively move that around. So you're correct that, projects like this will keep, certain areas, especially from overbuilding resources that to some extent already exist. Like in this case, extremely low cost or no cost, California solar that could be put onto the grid to the benefit of Pacific Northwest ratepayers. That's absolutely right.
Great.
One more comment, please.
Of course.
You jokingly mentioned phase 2. There is no phase 2. So
Okay.
just to be clear.
Yes.
Not heard.
We don't want to set,
Yeah.
right,
Yeah.
so that there's a misunderstanding
Right.
out there. No, there is no phase 2 plan. There's no phase 2 contemplated. There just, yes, we were joking, which we unfortunately do sometimes. Any other questions before we let them go? Okay, this was really informative. Thank you. I know I've heard tell in some of the other regional organizations that I happen to sit on the board that you are scheduling time with some other folks as well. I think that's a really good idea to make sure that you're, getting the facts out there as far as what the project is, and keeping people up to date as far as, and that there's going to be an ability once you move past your soft opening on your project website, that people will be able to go and get current information about what's going on. Because as we all know, good information is a real important asset in the community. So, okay, well, thank you, and we'll be looking forward to hearing from you in the future.
Excellent. Thank you, commissioners, for the time. That's appreciated.
Okay, we will move on. If we don't have anything else, I think we will recess for our lunch break. We will be back at 1 o'clock with the continuation of our regular business meeting. Interesting. Did you stop your recording? Okay, it's 1 o'clock. Have you started the recording?
Yes, sir.
Okay, it's 1 o'clock. I will call the meeting to order. Let the record show that all three commissioners are present. Well, our first order of business, we'll start with our Pledge of Allegiance. Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay.
Chairman, I make a motion that we approve the business agenda with one add-on under unfinished business. To draft a motion concerning implementation of a moratorium related to the energy projects, solar project permitting policy guidelines for the board's consideration.
I will second that motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second with approve the business agenda with the one add-on. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passed.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve the commissioners' meeting minutes for March 2nd, 2021 as presented.
Second, you have a motion and a second on the meeting minutes. Any discussion on those? There being none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes, which brings us to citizen comment. This is an opportunity for citizens to address the Board of Commissioners on any topic that's not on the agenda later. Limited to 7 minutes or less per citizen. So please, if you wish to make comment to the board, either raise your hand or unmute yourself. We need your name and address from where you're from. And I have a hand raised from Miss Pat Arnold. So you are called upon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm really grateful that you have this public comment period. And I need to start off by saying that I'm a proud resident of Klickitat County, and I just need to say that. So I also want to start by saying that I know the commission has lots to do, including many mundane but urgent things that you need to do to keep the county running. I understand the pressure, the demands on your time, and especially over this last year where we've all faced really, things we weren't prepared for. So I feel a little guilty in adding to your burden here, but never mind. I guess that's what I get to do. I want to speak to two issues today. One, I'll go over briefly, and I missed, there was some sort of motion just now about a moratorium and I couldn't catch it. So I'm probably speaking to something you've already acted on, but I do want to make a brief comment on the EOZ and the issue of solar. It's my firm belief that installation of large wind and solar farms is not the correct solution to our energy supply problems. And this is a lesson that I have to say I learned from watching as a child, the dams all being built and green energy and clean energy and no downside energy. Well, there's no such thing as no downside energy. There are no magic potions here. I generally support decentralized installations of energy generation, and I support a moratorium in our present time on solar installations. And I think we're way overdue for a revamp or maybe even withdrawing the EOZ. I've been watching the EOZ from the beginning. I never thought it was a good idea. And I don't think that this wholesale application to solar right now is useful. So that's just kind of a side comment. Then I want to just read the letter that I sent to you about the SDS Lumber Company. I'm going to read it because I worked hard to write it to get what I wanted to say down correctly. And so here we go. This is a letter from Friends of the White Salmon River, of which I am president. And my solar comments were on my own behalf. This is on behalf of Friends of the White Salmon. We want to bring the upcoming SDS Lumber Company sale to your attention. We ask you to consider how you might best serve the county in this process. The mill and the largest proportion of the timberland are here in Klickitat County, so it seems we have most at stake. Public interest and concern are high, as demonstrated by news coverage. Many conversations I've had and others have had, social media posting, and attended by nearly 200 people at the showing of the film Uprooted on March 14th. If you haven't seen it, it's on YouTube. We think you have a role to play in the discussion of economic impacts. We'll go farther, in fact, and ask you to take leadership in protecting the county's economic well-being. The 2017 Klickitat County 10-year Economic Development Strategic Plan identifies the forest products industry as a priority. Goal 2, Catalyst Opportunities, states a goal to, quote, continue to promote the importance of forest products industry to the county while staying aware of opportunities for enhancement and expansion. What might you do? We see a critical opportunity to work to retain a thriving forest products business under local ownership. The Economic Development Department spends time encouraging businesses to move here. It would seem that efforts to retain existing businesses would be essential as well. In addition, the county could provide information using data already available to the Economic Development Department on the economic role of the SDS Lumber Company in the county and region at present. We know they're drivers of economic activity here. It's important to put some numbers to this reality. Finally, the county could assess the economic impact of the mill closing and/or substantial reduction and decrease in timber harvest. Of particular concern, of course, are the employees and contractors of the company and the city of Bingen, of course, but there's a significant multiplier effect to their activities as well. If these potential impacts are as important as we think they would be, the county needs to undertake some planning to lessen the impacts. We all know this is a complicated situation. Friends of the White Salmon and many others have deep concerns about environmental matters. You can't solve every problem here, and many of the problems that arise around SDS are really outside of your purview. But you can help ease concern in the community. You can share information, and very possibly you can help in getting to good outcomes. A first step you could take quickly would be a public statement acknowledging community concerns and explaining what you can or cannot do to walk through this together. I appreciate this opportunity to comment. And, I know you are concerned. I'm kind of preaching to the choir here. I'm really here to encourage you to think if there's action that you can take. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Pat, could you email that letter to us? It seems a little different than the one I've got a draft of.
Oh, you're muted.
I did email one yesterday, and then I think about midnight last night, I sat down and revised it substantially. So let me send you the one I just read to you. I'm
That sounds like
sorry.
something I would do.
It was close, but it had obviously been edited from the one that we were
Yeah,
reading.
I'm sorry.
I thought
I-
maybe you were just sort of, improvising. It was okay.
I just emailed it to you so you could kind of get a sense. And then I guess I did get inspired late last night to sit down and redo. So I'll email you the final one.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, thanks. We are still in citizen comment. Other citizens who wish to comment to the board, either raise your hand or unmute yourself. Give your name and your address, please. See any hands?
Sherry's unmuted.
Okay, Sherry, you are unmuted.
Good afternoon, commissioners.
Good afternoon.
It's a beautiful day in Klickitat County. It
Yes,
really is. So I wanted to do a little follow-up. I've had a week to think about my question last week from the emails that I had sent out. I've heard back from Commissioner Anderson and Commissioner Christopher. I'm still hoping to hear back from Commissioner Sauter because I know I've done some further research with some local Golden Dome members, which thank you for doing that, Commissioner Sauter. But my follow-up to last week, because I guess as a citizen, I'm just trying to wrap my head around the processes of all this that's, coming into our county and what the county actually does in the processes. And so my follow-up is, we talked about, I guess we kind of weren't sure what would actually trigger environmental impact statement and that would be up to Mochi. So I guess it's twofold. Would you be following up with Mochi to find out what would trigger an environmental impact statement for this Knight Road substations? Or would I need to follow up with Mochi?
Again, I've discussed this before. This isn't a really good opportunity for you ask questions, we answer. As the SEPA responsible official, the planning director would make the final decision. She's indicated that it's highly likely that any large-scale solar project that was constructed in the Knight Road area would have to do a full EIS. That is typically what's done. But again, I think the idea is the decision to do that is based upon the information that the official gets in the SEPA checklist. That's what drives the decision based on that information. And so you're generally not allowed to presuppose because you don't know what information, but it's the assumption is yes, it would have that, but she can't actually, I don't believe, can comment and say that because there has been no project submitted. There's been no SEPA checklist done. So she's would be making a supposition based on information that is not in front of her at this time.
Okay, so then there hasn't been any project submitted for the Knight Road substation?
No, there has not.
Okay, and then I know you don't like questions, but I think this could be a simple one for Commissioner Anderson since I'm going off of his email response to me where he replied that the first thing I did as a commissioner was to ensure that any project connected to Knight Road substation would go through the conditional use permitting process. And he did say that they would require full EIS, but I guess that's still up in the air. And then you have the actual conditional use process, which will include more public comment and hearings. The Board of Adjustment can and likely would set further conditions upon the project or even potentially nix the project altogether. So I guess I'm confused, and Commissioner Anderson, if you could explain what the conditional use process is from when an applicant submits a process is that, if you can just give a quick overview of what this conditional use permit process is.
So that's quite a conversation. I would say the easiest thing for you to do is to call Mochi to get an overview of the entire conditional use permit process. And just
Okay,
so you
well,
know,
I'm going on the fact.
Sorry, what?
Oh, okay, so I was just going on the fact that you said that you ensured that they would have it. So I just thought that you would know, like the basic
In response
process
to
of
that
what.
one, we passed resolution 01121. And that is that now therefore it be resolved that solar energy development projects that would connect into the Bonneville Power Administration BPA night substation shall be subject to review through a conditional use process.
I do think it would be.
Could you explain?
Commissioner Christopher, can I have a second real quick? Sure. I do feel that under citizen comment, we should probably not do a lot of back and forth, but I do believe that it would behoove our citizens if we schedule time in the future to explain this conditional use permit process to them. Peace of mind, and I think it would alleviate a lot of concerns down the road. So, comments?
Thank you, Commissioner Christopher. That's exactly what I was trying to get to. Is for the citizens, if we could get clarity on what this process looks like, that would be really, really educational, and it might just ease our minds some. So thank you very much, and thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Okay, we are still in citizen comments. Any other citizens, please either raise your hand or unmute yourself.
Russ is unmuted.
Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Russ Hanson, number 10 Tucker Hill Road, Goldendale. And I was just going to make a comment reference to the conditional use process and hooking up any solar projects, hooking up to the Night Road substation. And I knew that the Board of Adjustment would be making the determination on the conditional use process, but I didn't realize the last week during the workshop that the commissioners would have no say in it. I find this very disturbing, as we're basically trusting our fate to 5 unelected volunteers that probably know far less about industrial solar than you or I do. I think it's crucial that you as our elected officials should have some input with either policies, guidelines, ordinances, or something that the Board of Adjustment can use to make their determination. And I know it was suggested last week that you lay out something for minimum expectations for the Board of Adjustments. And I guess I'm saying I just hope that you guys will follow through with that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hanson.
Julie Buck has her hand up.
Julie Buck, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
I do. Commissioners, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
So I would just like to take an opportunity to ask for a verbal approval from the board. Currently, I have one casual communication officer position available. And I was wondering if I could get verbal approval to post that for publication.
Do we? Yeah, actually, Julie, what I'm going to do is it's likely it's going to be fine, but let's go ahead and have Rob come over, but I'm actually going to put you at the end of citizen comment. I know we historically do allow staff to come in and ask, just a quick question during this but we have a lot of folks use sometimes.
Sure. No, that's fine. I was just advised to call in during this time.
Yes, that's fine. Okay.
I will pause myself.
Pause yourself. I'll pause your time too. Okay, we are still in citizen comment. If there's citizens, either raise your hand or unmute yourself. I am not seeing anybody. What's going on?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is Dave Barta.
Okay, Mr. Barta, go ahead.
I live at 428 Fish Hatchery Road, for the record.
Yes, you do.
Thank you for taking time to listen to citizen comment today. I want to talk just briefly about the conditional use process. According to the documents that the planning department has sent regarding conditional use, of course, it's more than I'm going to say. There's a couple of pages there. But basically, it says the CUP has to find a proposal consistent with the comprehensive plan, that it meets the purpose and intent of the zoning district. It's compatible with existing and permitted zoning uses. And of course, it conforms to environmental ordinances. One of the things that comes to mind for me is that appeal of the conditional use then goes, as Mr. Hansen stated, to an unelected group of people called the Board of Adjustment, whose purpose is to decide whether or not they will adjust the zoning. After that, the appeal of the Board of Adjustment, as I understand it, having read it, goes to Superior Court. And if I'm wrong in any of these statements, please correct me. But my concern is that if that happens, then the judge will look to the law. He or she will look to the intent of the law and probably look to practices. And that is a big concern to me, because the EOZ doesn't spell very much out specifically at all. There's, as you all know very well, it doesn't regard utility solar very seriously, or I don't know if seriously is the right word. It does not devote very much time and space to the placement of utility scale solar, especially when you compare it to how it discusses wind. And as we've all been part of these meetings for 3 or 4 months, we pretty much know the reasons for that. I think because of that lack of specificity in the EOZ, whatever guidance that you can give to the Board of Adjustment ahead of time, if they accept guidance, would be very useful for the citizens of the county. I think we face a change in the direction of our county. That this has been a county that has pursued green energy historically. I understand that and know that. But green energy has been able to be placed in such a way that it doesn't degrade large acreages, and that it doesn't change the appearance of the areas that, for example, in this one are zoned extensive agriculture. Doesn't change it very much. Utility scale solar absolutely will do that. And so if the Board of Adjustment has to look at the written law, and also the Superior Court judge, I don't think they're going to find enough to help them satisfy much. If they have to look at our practices and they look at, for example, the Lund Hill permitting, that leaves anybody who's read it really scratching their head significantly. There's been some discussion of the way the Lund Hill permit treated a single landowner there. And that doesn't mean that anybody's intent was to be pernicious toward that person, but it just means that being surrounded by, at this point, 1,856 or so acres of solar panels on all sides, with setbacks that are somewhere around 547 feet, doesn't seem like that person was treated very well. So I would encourage the board to give whatever guidance possible to the Board of Adjustment, since the Board of Adjustment may very well hear these conditional use applications. And obviously, as I've stated, I'm a proponent of making the EOZ a more viable document by making it include a reasonable amount of information on solar. So I appreciate the work that you're doing. I appreciate how difficult the job is, but the job's still there. So thank you for taking my comment. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Barta. Okay, we are still in citizen comment. Any other citizens? Please raise your hand or unmute yourself. Not seeing anybody. There's a lot of screen. Yep. There's one. Oh, there's one. Someone has unmuted themselves. Go ahead, please.
Greg Wagner, 303 Fish Hatchery, Goldendale, Washington.
Hey, Mr. Wagner.
Good afternoon, Mr. Commissioners. The county needs to do a complete rezoning of any area which will have a solar farm on it. That can be up to 2/3 of the county, which is in the OZ. This land needs to be zoned industrial. Solar farms should not sit on extensive ag land and only be taxed at that rate. Why won't you do this? As that would bring in more tax revenue to the county, and that's all you care about. It is obvious that you don't care about citizens, or you would have already enacted a 6-month moratorium to create solar ordinances. You do not want a 6-month moratorium because the state then requires you to hold public meetings within 60 days. And the last thing you want is to have to answer questions from citizens or hear them complain to you. So will you enact a 6-month moratorium? When will you do what's best for the citizens? Mr. Anderson, what do you know about solar land being leased on Hocker and Clyde Story roads? I guess nothing. When will the commissioners be honest and open with the citizens? Mr. Sauter said, I don't know why they are filing personal record requests. All they have to do is ask, and I will give them the information. Not true. On February 2nd, I asked 5 questions about Lund Hill Solar Farm, and I have never received an answer. This is why CEAS has had to file personal record requests. What are you hiding? All you care about is solar companies, the landowners making money from leasing their land. Honesty and transparency is what is needed in this county of Klickitat government, but that won't happen. What's sad is you will ruin our beautiful county and you don't care. Thank you.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
I will double check on that email that Mr. Wegener is referring to. The planning director as well as the building director answered questions, and I answered some that I could. And I believe I had forwarded it back, but I will double check to see where that is.
Again, I will restate my earlier comment that we do provide information. We are not, yeah, anyway. Okay, we are still in citizen comment for 7 more lucky minutes. If there's anybody on the, we are still open. So please unmute yourself.
3213.
3213, you have unmuted.
Hi, thank you for taking my call. My name is Dory Cothran, and I live at 441 Fish Hatchery Road. I'm kind of new to this subject. I've just learned about it recently and was quite surprised at what's going on. And I was just hoping, I'm just calling today as a concerned citizen, that maybe you would consider a moratorium on this subject and give time to get more information out to people and more studies done so that we're protected a little better over here. And for other areas that will be up against the same problem down the road. I was hoping that, I just can't believe that in all the years I've lived here that we're not protected any longer. It just feels that way, that our residences aren't protected. And I just wanted to call and just give my voice, and I thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, still in citizen comment. So either raise your hand or unmute. Get to the phone. I'm not seeing anybody.
Oh, 5865.
I'd like to address,
Go ahead.
the commissioners.
Yes.
Rosedale Dimick, 55 Tucker Hill Road. So many times during the last 4 months, we've just heard this trust the process and that these governing agencies have these safety nets for us. But a fine example would be these Lund Hill project, the solar project, in the comments and responses in the FEIS. And there's several examples that are ignored by the applicant. Lack of data, sources that were taken from wind projects, and there's just too many to be determined later statements. And we want to work with the county verbiage. And what we're noticing here is that we have an overworked planning department that is supposed to be providing us plans to address roads and wildlife and culture and vegetation. And we just want to know, is this happening? And is there a safeguard to making sure that there's checks and balances? And where can these residents find these final building plans so that we know what these solutions look like when we invite more solar into this region? What we're seeing too is that there's no solar ordinances and we have an outdated comprehensive plan, and it's making it easy for the planning department to stamp a non-significant on these projects. It's easy to comply when there's no rules to comply to. A moratorium, it seems that you guys are Anderson and Sauter are so afraid to use this word, and it's possibly because it triggers a public comment and you don't want to be honest with the public that 16 years ago, a county approved the EOZ under the premise that wind projects were coming and now solar projects are coming. Why would you not want the residents to be aware that this is happening? No ordinances and easy compliance. And it leads to more land being used for these solar projects. And you know this is all happening. It's time for you to inform the residents and warn the future residents that this is a reality. There's no setbacks for our homes. We can lose our property values. We're going to be trapped within these projects, and that's going to become the norm. Anderson, you said last week in the solar workshop that you don't want to be pissing in your backyard. What will you do to prevent this? We see no checks and balances done to govern this. Who is double checking us to assure that there's adequate plans are being carried out? Look through those comments and responses from Lund Hill. Double check the title even. The title of it says, comments received regarding the Lund Hill Wind Energy Project. Someone forgot to erase the word wind and put solar energy project. Whoever reviewed this document did not follow up, and the future residents having to deal with these projects should be very concerned because it's pushed through with little regard from the experts in the field, which they recommended. They made recommendations and they were ignored. And this is why we cannot trust the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are still in citizen comment for 2 more minutes. Okay, if anyone wants to unmute themselves or raise their hands.
Star 6 to unmute if you didn't already know that. There's one. No, sure again.
Hi, this is Sherry. He's a real quick follow-up. When can we expect to get some feedback from the commissioners on some education of what the conditional use permit processes are? Can we get a time frame? Could it be a couple weeks, a month?
I'm not sure what your question is exactly. Are you asking us to like host some sort of workshop that explains what the conditional use permit process? Because again, the conditional use permit process is set out as far, and it doesn't matter if it's a solar farm or any other project. I suspect you're going to want information that's kind of specific to solar farms. So I guess I need to understand what you're asking.
Actually, no, not quite. For me, on the west side of Klickitat County, the conditional use permit has impacted us over here quite harshly with the under canvas project, which is using a conditional use permit. So that being said, I guess what I'm asking for, maybe a workshop would be great, that we could be educated on that, because it's not just solar, it's other big, large projects that impact the citizens. So I was just wanted to follow up. I mean, it was thrown out there that we could have something to educate us, because it all seems to be wrapping down to these large projects coming in because they get a conditional use permit. And since they impact our lives, I guess I'm asking if we can have maybe some sort of education of what your processes are and how these companies get through on these conditional use permits. I'll just leave it at that. I'm just throwing it back out there because it seems like I'm not real educated, and a lot of other citizens are kind of in the dark how these projects get pushed through with a conditional use permit. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. I will follow up with the planning director. We can have a discussion about that, because I think there is a great lack of understanding about how all of these processes work, and I think it's not a bad idea for folks to understand how this all works. Okay, we are done with citizen comment. Before I move on, though, Julie, Ms. Buck, if you want to come back on now and make your request again, please, for what you were asking for. Casey's in the room, so she can provide technical assistance if the board needs it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as of today, I'm requesting permission to advertise a casual position within the Department of Emergency Management. We had the position open last November and went through the process. we actually had 2 openings that had been approved for this position. We were only able to fill 1 position successfully from the applicants that we got. And we are looking to try to fill the second casual position. Now, there is going to be, just to throw a wrench in, I do have a person in the casual, actually a full-time employee who's going to go back to casual on May 1st, and then her full-time position will be open. But I would like to try to make some changes around in personnel before that date and not have to wait till May 1st. So since I currently have a casual hire position open, that's what I am asking to fill today.
It's an existing position. That seems reasonable. But yes, go ahead. Casey gave me the thumbs up. So
That's what matters.
She was reflecting our thumbs up back at us. There we go.
I had a conversation with her before I came on, so we're both in the same boat. So I appreciate your time.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the time being now slightly after 1:30, a time we've set aside for public hearings, public meetings, and bid openings. We do have a public meeting to consider approval of short plat SPL 2020-03. This is located in the White Salmon area. The applicants are Scott. Oh, Lordy. Yes.
Robin.
And we will start with the staff review. Staff brief.
Okay, short plat SPL 2020-03 is a proposal to create 2 lots from parcel 0310-2402-0002/00 in the White Salmon vicinity. The applicants are Scott Hohensee and Robert Sturgis. The administrative review of this short plat has been completed. Signatures have been obtained from the Road Health Planning and Treasurer's Office. All conditions attached to the preliminary approval have been met. If the board finds that it's in the public interest to approve this short plat, a motion needs to be made granting final approval of SPL 2020-03.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone, this is a public meeting. Is there anyone from the public, this isn't a hearing, but if the applicant had anything to say, or I suppose somebody that was not in favor of it, this would be your opportunity. Okay. Hearing none, questions from or discussion from the board? Okay, I would entertain a motion. Try to make it entertaining.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion to approve short plat SPL 2020-03.
Okay. For a second.
You do.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to approve SPL 2020-03. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye, motion passed.
Our new girl slacking over there. Ready to try my new thing.
Did we send the old one to Ray?
I should have saved it.
Finally lost.
Yeah, finally.
I get to thinking that night that I should have cut the tape off it, the name tag, and pulled it off, put it on this one and filed it. 20 years from now, whoever's sitting here, it's gonna go, wow, that
pen lasted.
Because I do feel bad about throwing it away. I know Jim was struggling with it in this chair for the last year or so. I didn't want to.
Didn't want to
because it's
throw it
sentimental.
Yeah.
Denise, he's got that right there for you.
Okay. Brings us to our add-on unfinished business. This is a discussion on the draft motions concerning implementation of a moratorium or not related to energy projects subject to the CUP process and solar project permitting policy guidelines for the board's consideration. So I will open up the discussion. We did have a couple of draft motions presented to us as staff was directed to do. So I will open the conversation.
I do have a question.
Yes.
I guess I'm still uncertain as to the direction this is going. What's next? What are we trying to accomplish? I mean, you guys pretty much know where I stand. I'm not sure where are we trying to get ordinances, or are we trying to make some kind of policy decision, or are we trying to just make a statement of how we think we're going to do things? Or, I mean, what is the long-term goal?
I mean, I'm happy to go next, but I think we have two paths in front of us. That's the one, the imposition of moratorium. The goal of that, I mean, as all moratoriums would be to stop, it would be to take a timeout. And then during that timeout, you would decide what is the direction that it's possible at when you lifted the moratorium or went back in that you hadn't made any changes. It is just an opportunity to have that conversation about, do you want to create some additional ordinances around solar? Do you want to, and let's be clear, this, as it's at least these as they're drafted, refer to the resolution that Commissioner Anderson read before, which it's unique to projects that are using the CUP process, which would be projects that are outside, all solar projects, as I understand it, folks can correct me, that are outside the EOZ, or projects in the EOZ that are going to tie into the Knight Road substation. So, so wherever that sort of geographical area is what both of these, when it's referring to the resolution. The other one would be to not have a pause or a stop, a moratorium, but it would be to direct the staff, as it says, to document the application process and to maybe put a little more specificity or get it in writing as far as exactly what the current process, how it works. So it's really kind of but there would not be any pause or anything, and applications would be processed under the current rule whenever they came in, whatever the rules that were in force at the time. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. I mean, again, for the record, I've seen this for about 20 minutes now.
Right.
So I didn't know what it was going to be presented. I'm also kind of surprised there isn't some kind of a date or a time limit on this moratorium motion.
See, but moratoriums don't necessarily, and again, folks will correct me if I'm wrong. You can impose a moratorium on anything.
Right.
And what all moratoriums have is that you don't necessarily need a date, in that you must have a hearing to discuss what the length of the moratorium, what the purpose of it within the 60-day period. And so you don't necessarily have to set out it just means, obviously, if you impose a moratorium and don't have a hearing within 60 days, the moratorium expires in 60 days because it can't continue without that public hearing. You can impose a moratorium, and within 30 days, you could have a hearing that said, oh, we're going to have a moratorium for the next 6 months, a year, because part of, I think, the discussion about that is, what are you trying to accomplish with the moratorium? And that's what sets, to my mind, from a practical standpoint, of how long does it need to be. If you're basically not going to do anything substantive, it doesn't need to be any particular length of time to accomplish. If you're going to do something extensive, again, understanding that no moratorium could be extended more than, or can't be in increments of 6 months without having another hearing to extend if you want to go past 6 months. So they all have a shut off unless they're extended for, you have some purpose of doing that.
I just didn't know if the commissioners knew where they were headed with this, or if they were waiting for down the road with that. So just.
I mean, I think the question in front of us, at least the question that has been in front of me is, do you have a moratorium, or while you figure out what you want to do, or you don't?
Okay. Good enough.
So I guess what I would say is that whether you have a moratorium or not, there is the option of going through the state process.
Right.
The last thing I want to do is push any company or project to go through the state process. Most every problem in government that we have is our unintended consequences for our actions while trying to do good. We're always trying to do good, but it's the unintended consequences that are the things that bite us. If a solar, tell me if I'm right, Mochi, if a solar company came in today and had a full application or put in an application, you wouldn't start processing that application until you deem it complete, correct?
Correct.
And so with the fact that she has to deem something correct to get it put into the process for in terms of where you're vested or whatever you're vested under. It gives, I would rather Mochi spend her time working on policies or an ordinance on solar rather than going through and having to jump through all the hoops and the paperwork and everything for a moratorium. Because it was already stated during public comment that our planning department is overworked as it is. There we have so many different things going on at any given time. I want them to spend the time, energy, and effort on the things that are going to get us where we want to go. I understand the fear and the thought that a moratorium is going to protect us. My fear is that a moratorium will actually do the most amount of harm in protecting us, because it would push people, if you're making a big business decision, to go through the other process. And that's why, you know, I wanted to see that second, rather than just a simple yes or no on a moratorium, more direction towards Mochi and Dave to start working and get us something that we can, whether it's policies, directions. We heard it today in public comment by Dave Barta. What people want to know is the direction that we would give the Board of Adjustment. You know, what direction can we give in order to give people a sense of security and safety, and create that, you know, so that both the people as well as the companies have some sort of certainty, because that's what I think everybody wants, is certainty as much as possible.
This is Commissioner Christopher. For me, I think certainty is ordinances. I do worry about having a moratorium with a non-disclosed date on it, that might, or no end in sight, 6 months, could scare people to the FSEC process. But ordinances, it's my understanding with looking into FSEC that if we have ordinances on site, FSEC will follow those same ordinances. So that doesn't necessarily scare me as much as it might others. Now, if we have no ordinances on site, then yeah, it's scary as hell what FSEC might do. So I think, to me, it all comes down to ordinances, and when you're dealing with ordinances, I think the legislative body, which is us, are the ones that were hired to do ordinances. And if we're going to do them, they need to come from up here, but that's my opinion on that.
Well, I've given this a lot of thought, lost a lot of sleep over this.
As we all have.
As we all have it, both, you know, us sitting up here, folks out there, folks certainly on the call as well. And that in and of itself helps me have some clarity around it. If we have an issue that is so unsettled that we don't really know where we're at on it. That to me argues for doing the moratorium. I understand the concern. I share that concern about it going to the FSEC process. I'm less concerned about that. Again, I don't, and I want to be clear, I'm in favor of the moratorium in regards to the land that's covered under the resolution. We have other, because I think the interest in solar in Klickitat County is not solely around Knight Road. We have a project under construction out Lund Hill. We have rumors of additional interest out in the east parts of the county. I think the concerns that are potentially raised when you start putting these projects around where there's more density of population are not out there. I think those are more centered around, west of here, where there's just there's the more possibility for conflicts. And I will go back to the beginning. And it's like, I know none of us, I'm not afraid to have the conversation with the public at all, but it is time to, own up to the fact we didn't talk about this. There was a huge public process when we did the EOZ and we contemplated. I know I was part of it, and some of you, who lived here were part of it as well. There was a very vigorous debate. There was kicking and screaming and fighting and teeth gnashing like you've never seen over the EOZ, and it was all, which I support, and I know there's folks that don't. There were folks that didn't support it then, that still don't support it now. But we had that discussion and fight with the citizens had it with the folks that were making the decision. We can say we've had that, we have not. There are some policy questions around solar that we haven't answered. At least I don't feel like I have an answer for. And if I'm being truthful, the only way to do that is to have that process, and that it's going to be ugly and nasty. And I don't think it needs to be, years and years. That's going to, because I think you're right. If we do that, these companies will go. They'll go through the state process to get their certainty. But I think we have some time to, take 6 months and, have another public process. There was a public process. To have another public process to just flesh out the kind of policy direction about again, not if, because I have been clear about that from the beginning. I support industrial scale solar coming to Klickitat County. We have built a strategic plan around it as far as our economic plan. We have, I think in balance, it is a net benefit to the citizens of Klickitat County. And I'm not changing any of that. I think it is, but I think there is some discussion about scale and scope, and not the if, but the where. And it may be, we may want to, we maybe want to make some changes to that, or have some sideboards, or do something. I don't know. We haven't talked about it. We really haven't. At this point, it's kind of all or nothing. And I'm not comfortable with this right now. And so I would support a moratorium, it's basically a partial moratorium. It's not a moratorium on the industry. It's a moratorium. I know the planning director's like, what? It's specific to the lands that are covered under that resolution. And so if projects come in, which could happen during the moratorium period, that are in the EOZ that are not subject to a conditional use permit, they move forward just like they would today. And because I have less concerns about any potential, I think we have some capacity for these projects right now. I think the one that everybody's all riled up about is the one that has the most potential impacts with adjacent landowners. And I think the other ones don't. I mean, and so I'm okay with it. I think it's it's like my grandma used to say, everything in moderation. And I think that's my motto in life. Mr. Christopher. Commissioner Christopher.
I think as long as we don't drag it out, Klickitat County did it for 2 years. That's how long it took for FSEC to get involved in that. I think as long as we go into it with a goal, we hunker down, we do what we need to do, find the answers we need to find, we can not be hunkered down for 2 years and not scare those projects into the FSEC process. So I proposed a moratorium the first week. Of these two, I'm going to fully support option one, and that's to impose a moratorium.
Yes, Commissioner Anderson. Let's have our.
I know what people want. And I think the best way to get there, because we're talking about a moratorium on resolution, the areas connected to resolution 0121. I think the best thing to do is to amend resolution 1121 to state that we will not process any permits accordance to resolution 1121 until a solar ordinance is developed for Klickitat County.
Okay, interesting thought.
Okay, flesh that out. What are you trying to accomplish? What are you trying to do?
So what I'm saying is that
we're moving to the next step that I was trying to flesh out earlier.
What I'm saying in that is that because this is outside the EOZ, this is talking about an area that attaches to one night road substation. My firm belief is that if you're going to have a solar ordinance, the solar ordinance has to be a standalone ordinance, because you have areas inside the EOZ and areas outside the EOZ. It is a standalone ordinance. And people have lost a lot of sleep over this, and I respect everybody's feelings. I'm just trying to get there in the most efficient way, logically as possible.
Okay.
And the idea would be to amend resolution 01121 to state at the bottom that, now therefore be it resolved that solar energy development projects that connect to the BPA night roads shall be subject to the conditional use process. That states. And now all we're adding is now therefore it be further resolved that Klickitat County will not process any conditional use permit applications for solar projects accordance to this resolution until such time that a solar ordinance is adopted for Klickitat County.
I think that I hate to say it. I mean, I really do. But that gives you your end result without the moratorium risk of sending them the FSEC process. You get your moratorium without a moratorium, without the wordage of a moratorium. I don't know that that's a fully legal, because it is kind of a moratorium without saying you're a moratorium.
Yeah, I'm curious. I mean, that is what we're trying to do.
Yeah. But it's a moratorium without saying, oh, we're in a moratorium. I don't know if you can do that because you're bypassing that public process of the moratorium by doing it that way. So I don't know whether that's fully legal, even though I think it's less scary for the solar companies to do it that way. But the legality of it is a question for me. And I think that bypasses the public process of the public hearing of the moratorium. So that's kind of a catch for me.
Well, plus I would go, what is the public process for the development of a solar ordinance? It is a public I mean, it would have, any ordinance would have to be developed through a public process. Do ordinances in land use, would those have to be developed through the planning commission process? I believe so.
So here we are again, passing legislative authority onto the planning commission.
Well, no, that we're not passing it always. That is the process. As far as we have no choice in that. If you're going to, whether we like it or not, the process is when you are developing land use ordinances, the planning commission starts the process.
Okay, so even if we did a moratorium,
it still would go to the planning commission. They will go through their thing. There'll be public hearings. They will make a recommendation. Then it comes to us.
We're adding or tweaking or doing what we
Well, we can either accept the recommendation if we don't accept it, we can't tweak it in any substantial way without triggering our own set of hearings if we want to do it different. So that's the legal process for the, I believe. If I'm incorrect, the folks will correct me. Okay.
Does it have to go through the planning process? Is that RCW or is that just how we do it?
It's 3670.
Yeah.
Planning and zoning.
Lays out the process in the RCW. Any thoughts from the economic development? Who's still smarting? I know you can beat me up later. I know in your role as economic development director, I get it.
I fully get it too, but
I have many hats I'm trying to wear simultaneously.
Mochi, when an application comes in, how long do you have to deem it complete or not?
Because we are a partially planned GMA county, so we don't really have a minimal days that we have. So as soon as we got sufficient information that we can make a determination, to start a meaningful application process. So, past experience is 21 days, just for me to review the application, the checklist or any information that's available. And then we can send it out for the public and the agencies to comment and go through the process. So 21 days is typical, unless the application is really not complete, the information that we are asking is not there. But of course, past application is always under the energy overlay zone, so we spell out the requirement, the report and everything, so they have a pretty good understanding about what is required.
I have one.
Go
More
ahead.
clarification question, sorry. Since I think both these options of moratorium and redoing the ordinance or arrive at the same thing, it's just one doesn't use the word moratorium. Where I lie is moratorium gives you that public hearing. I don't think that this way, the new idea, gives us that public hearing. Is there a way for us to put that public hearing? Or is that just planning commission?
Which is a public hearing.
Which is a public hearing. Is that adequate? I mean, they're both gonna get a public hearing, I guess. It's just a matter of.
Well,
What would
if
be the next
I
public
may,
hearing?
because something that occurs to me is the one aspect that people are not maybe grasping is that the hearing for the moratorium, we actually hear from the public, and the majority of the public may say, we don't need solar ordinances. We don't need, the current process is fine, the EOZ is fine. And everybody's making the assumption based on the public comments that we've heard from folks that the vast majority of people in this county want us to make a big change to do. I'm not necessarily, I don't know that to be true. I'm saying I don't know because we've never really had that conversation, and that is one of the benefits of doing the moratorium route, in that within 60 days, we have to have a sit down with the public to hear, do we need to make any changes, or are our current processes adequate to citing these? And if the board, based on that input, decides, no, we don't need to do anything, let's move forward, the more we suspend.
I haven't talked to, I mean, the people that I've talked to that are 100% pro solar, all of them believe that, yeah, we should have some basic, setback rules and whatever. So I can't imagine you get out of the whole, you're going to do a moratorium and the public's going to say, no, go ahead as planned. Because even the pro solar people think you should have a 500-foot setback. So I think you're going to get stuck going farther than that anyway, and that's the direction we go.
But people keep saying what I consider to be a fallacy, that there are no guidance, there is no requirements, we keep hearing that in public comment, and that's simply not true. Yes, if you told somebody, do you think there should be rules about siting industrial scale solar, they would say, well, of course there should be. But that's because you're basically telling them there aren't any. That's not true. We don't have a solar ordinance. We have all kinds of siting conditions and things, in the process now that get imposed. They're not pulled out specifically, and that's the, so yeah, I don't know. I'm talking myself in a circle here. Can I just a second? Or I guess I can't. So the Commissioner Anderson's thought of amending the resolution with that caveat is that a de facto moratorium, and could we even do that? I'm not asking a legal opinion. I'm not, because you obviously are not, although that'll be my next question. Yeah.
Say, that's where I'm hung up on it, because it is a moratorium without being a moratorium.
Right. So. Is he on? Yes. Well, we'll get him on the.
He's not unmuting.
Yeah, he's like,
Laughing
I'm not
on the other
touching
end of the
this.
phone going, we're not going anywhere near them with that. He's unmuted.
He's there.
Okay, yes. Mr. Prosecutor, your thoughts on the question of is that a viable option?
I don't think it is, gentlemen. I think the resolution itself is legally problematic. Amending that's just going to compound the problems. You've already admitted on the record that the goal is to limit for a duration the processing of these applications. That is a moratorium. So just invoke the moratorium, follow the process. You'll need to have that public, once the moratorium is in place, you'll need to have that public hearing within 60 days, and you have to make detailed findings of fact supporting the passage of the moratorium. I think that's really the safest course for the county to take at this point, if you elect to move forward with the moratorium.
For the record, Jake, hell of an idea. It really had me leaning that over moratorium, really. But with that, we'll go back to item number 1. Back at number 1.
Showed my cards, so it is what it is.
Well, just
I don't like any of it.
allowing more discussion if needed. Otherwise, I will make a motion.
More discussion, any?
I guess the discussion is do you guys want to move forward with a solar ordinance? Is that the goal? Because before I vote on a moratorium, I want to know the direction we're going and the reason for it, because we have to have findings of fact of why we need a moratorium. Well, we have 60 days. We have to come up with the findings of fact of why we need a moratorium, why the process isn't currently, as it's currently built, going to protect the people of Klickitat County. I firmly believe that the conditional use permit process and going through a full EIS and scoping and the full blown out thing will protect the people of Klickitat County.
I think it could, but then again, with Darby Hanson, it could be 500 feet from his house or 500 feet from his property line. And that's defined by ordinance, which we do not have.
The EIS and the scoping, in the comments from the scoping that then determines the EIS, that then the applicant has to provide in their, their proposal. They have to put in there what they think those setbacks are going to be, right? And you're going to have the entire community coming out and saying, we need at least 500 feet. And then it's going to go in front of the Board of Adjustment. And do you think that the Board of Adjustment's ever going to say, no, it should only be right there on the property line? I firmly think that the process that has been in place for the last 30, 40 years will serve to provide, as you said, it might not be written down, but it's going to be there to protect the people. So for me, a moratorium is when something new comes along, something special, like the marijuana thing, that we don't have ordinances. There's nothing on the books. There's no zoning because it's never been legal. that makes sense, so that you can create a bubble of time in order to create it. Where the state was saying, you shall do this. But my firm belief is that a conditional use permit process, like we did for the resolution, is the best way to protect the people of Klickitat County. And a moratorium, if you ask me to have to say, does the process not protect the people? I can't honestly agree with that. So with the findings of fact, I'm not going to be able to say we need to keep this moratorium going. So that's kind of how I.
Well, the way I look at it is the purpose of the hearing of the moratorium is to gather that information and then make the determination.
Whether you're going forward.
Whether you're going forward or not.
Removing the
So
moratorium, right?
it's, yeah.
I mean, my personal thought would be is option 2, where we go, hey, planning director, why don't we start workshops with the planning commission and come up with draft language that God knows there's enough of it floating around in email land about, the draft language. That's where I would go with it.
That's why we get paid the big bucks, to make those hard choices and the hard votes. So I'm the chair, so I cannot make one motion or the other.
I was waiting for any other possible comments, because I understand when you're on the wrong side. I wouldn't say the wrong side.
No.
Because it's not the wrong side. It's a personal opinion on this matter, and both sides can be 100% right. But when you're on the left out side of a vote, I have been. It's hard to stomach it a little, and I don't know that you are or I am. One of us is going to be on the wrong side of this one. Not the wrong side again, sorry, that's me blundering or whatever you called it. What did you call that?
Bumbling was the language.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a
So
motion.
don't bubble it.
No bubbling. Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion to oppose a moratorium on commercial industrial solar projects, subject to resolution number 01121.
If there is no second, the chair will step down and second the motion. Discussion. So this is the opportunity.
Okay, so how about this? This resolution number 0121 only is regards to anything that attaches to the Night Road Solar Station. It was brought up during public comment, and I got an email about supposedly there being solar development off of Clyde Story, solar development off of Hoctor. If somebody were to come in and put in an application for a development over off of Hoctor Road that attaches to a different substation, because you have the wind turbines over there that attach to something different, this moratorium wouldn't include that.
Correct.
Is that fair and equal under the rules that we have?
I would argue it's as fair and equal as the purpose of the resolution to begin with.
Yeah.
Which is, why did we specify? The resolution did target a specific area, and rather than, the argument there, or at least the argument that we made, was that's because the substation's outside of the EOZ. And so that was the justification for why we could do that. But in practice, and again, it kind of goes back for me, I'm only talking to myself, for myself, is that I'm not that uncomfortable with some of these big picture things out where there's fewer people. It's not that there's some folks out at Clyde Story. There's some folks out there.
Landowners might like it. We don't know.
We don't know. And so I don't know, but I definitely know stuff from, west of Goldendale. There's just a much more dense population, and in a sense, my thought is that we can have the kind of policy development discussion about that, because that's where the most critical potential for conflict is, while we let the rest of the county kind of go ahead, if there is anything. Again, we don't know. We heard maybe, perhaps, I mean, I have heard I've heard the word bluebird out east, but out by Bickleton. And again, I'm perfectly comfortable with the process moving forward out there as the EOZ process is now, while we're kind of working stuff out. So in a sense, for me, it's kind of having both. It's like we've got an area that we're going to work on, that there's more focus and conflict there, while we don't have so much someplace else, and the projects can go forward.
I think we might hear during the moratorium hearing, we might hear from issues from Clyde Story and Hocker, and we can address it if we do. So I'm not too worried about that yet, since it's really in infancy. So
did you
I was just going to note that one of the concerns I heard was when you made the decision that it's subject to a CUP, it got out from under the energy overlay zone, which has setbacks for solar, and the cornerstone issue, if you will, is going to be the setbacks.
Right.
So that's, once you're outside the EOZ, you don't have that.
Right.
Just noted.
Right. That's what I'm saying, is I have more comfort with. I agree with Commissioner Anderson in that I think our current EOZ regulations, there are lots of protections in there for setbacks and considerations and adjacent property owners, which the CUP process does not have. That's why this, I'm supporting this moratorium specific to the CUP process, because I think many of those considerations they're not spelled out. I don't think they don't exist, because but I'm then relying on that Board of Adjustment to impose those very reasonable conditions. But
So maybe the answer is, Dave said the cornerstone is the setbacks. Why don't we just amend the resolution to require the EOZ setbacks on any conditional use permit that goes through? And then we can send Mochi off working on the ordinance, which is what we truly need to be working, getting done. If that's the thing.
Well, but I don't think that, at least for me, that's not the only thing.
Right.
That's one of the keystone issues, but it's not the only issue.
To me, a lot of the issue is public input to that process of ordinances or no ordinances, or here nor there. And I agree with Mr. Sauter that I don't think we've heard the public on solar like you did during the EOZ, and that's what I want to hear. Now, do I want to hear it quickly? Absolutely. Whichever way we go, I want it done in a hurry. So there is
hurry is a relative term.
Right.
When it comes to land use
Our fight is
planning,
very slow.
it is. Just know that.
Yeah. As cattle proddy as we could go, but I'm sticking to the motion.
Okay.
It's on the table.
I have a motion on the table. Is there any further discussion? We're not going to have to go to calling the question. That's what I will say. I've never done in 15 years of having to.
It's on the table.
No, I know that was a subtle. That was like a half call of the question. No, I think things should be talked through, especially things of import.
We
Until
will sit here
people
for
are,
about 5 more hours before I would go to the next level.
yeah.
Everybody.
Okay, well, if there is, I think we've had our discussion on this, so we have a motion before us, and that is to impose a moratorium on commercial industrial solar projects that are subject to resolution 01121. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Nay. Motion passes by majority. Let the record show that. And thank you for the discussion. And I know this is This is tough.
Thank you for the
This is tough
attempt at the
stuff.
amendment of the resolution. That could have been really good.
Just clarification, this moratorium is for projects going through the CUP.
Yes. That is the reference to
That is the
0112.
reference to,
But yes,
Thank
so
you.
folks know, so projects going through CUP, I would ask staff to prepare the necessary paperwork for that. And maybe get with Lee about setting, some kind of hearing schedule. Obviously within 60 days.
Right, well, and that's where, you know me, if we could do it beforehand and still, if we could do it in 30 and still get all the notifications out.
Well, I will say,
here's.
here's my issue on that, is
Right.
I want, there is some benefit maybe to a little more time in that. I would love us to be able to have some in-person commenting going on, because it's, we do our best we
That's
can.
true. Good point. Good
But it's like, I'm not to the point of, obviously, we can do it the way we've been doing
Even
it,
if
but
we have to schedule people at times.
at different
Come in
times,
at 10 at a
something.
time or something, that would be
Right.
fantastic.
So my hope, and so I think that, for me, that will be part of it, as far as can we kind of look at the tea leaves and see, the time as far as that we can do that, because I think that's what's missing is that, that's part of what's driving this, is that people feel like they have not had that opportunity to just, have their say.
So how are we going to, we've got to hold this meeting in 60 days. We're not going to have a ordinance done in 60 days. So we're going to have to extend the moratorium out. And what
The
is it?
moratorium is automatically 6 months or is it 60 days?
It's no more than 6 months. We have
Right,
to
so
have-
we don't have to extend it in 60 days. It's just continues.
Yes.
No more than 6.
No, because at the time, okay, procedural question then.
Yeah,
So what we just did,
was up to 6 months is my understanding.
what is the end if we don't, we must have a hearing within 60 days. At the point of the 60 days, we have our hearing. We take some action at that point as to,
You may leave the moratorium at that time, or you can continue the moratorium till 6 months is up. And if we need to renew it, then we need to have. another
Right.
public hearing.
so the 6 months
months-
stop, that clock starts after the 60-day. Like, we're in a moratorium now until we have the hearing, and we can extend it then, or out 6 months, or,
So we're only in a moratorium for 60 days, and then we have to figure out whether we're extending or dropping. Is that what you're saying?
So let me go ahead and prepare the paperwork, and then the paperwork that should come before you next week. You will specify the moratorium will be a maximum of 6 months, and then we'll schedule a public hearing within 60 days.
Right.
So the 60 days is a part of the 6 months maximum.
right.
Right. I just didn't know if we had to have a vote in 60 days to continue or a vote in 60 days to drop the moratorium. It should be one or the other.
It might be, staff recommendation is to have the moratorium imposed at 6 months. Although the board, at your decision, you can lift that earlier. at
Right.
6 months. During the public hearing, you can certainly make that motion. We just
Right.
talked to you.
Okay.
That's what I understood.
We're gonna recess for 5 minutes.
You need a break.
Because somebody,
Drink there.
I drank, yeah. Okay, we are back. Are we recording again? And
Yes, sir.
we're unmuted.
Yes.
Folks can watch. All right. We will move on. Review and discussion regarding applications for appointment to various boards, commissions, and committees. I don't know how we want to do this.
Well, I had the first one 2 months ago, so I would like to start with that one.
All right.
We're doing,
So that's planning commission.
Planning for the seat to represent District 3.
Okay.
And from there, we can go in whatever order you want after that. My 2 applicants that I'm selecting are there in order, Mark Joby and Matthew Childs.
So is there 2 vacancies?
No, there's one, but those are my two applicants.
Oh, those are your 2, okay.
You actually have 3 applicants.
I know, but I have to choose 2 to bring before the board.
Oh, sorry.
Those are the 2
Yes,
I
sir.
chose
Okay.
to bring before the board.
Okay,
And that was your priority order.
In that order, yes. I think they're both, I don't know if you've read the resumes or whatnot for both, but I think they're both highly qualified / overqualified in their own way.
Discussion?
I read all of the applications for everything, like I said, we
Right.
probably would, no matter what.
I read everybody, so yeah.
And if that's what you want, that's fine with me.
That's fine. So do we want to take those one at a time as far as the action? So
well, at this point,
all you're doing is you're going to fill out it'll come before us.
you're gonna tell staff which
Which
folks you
one?
want,
Right,
and then staff,
we'll prepare
you know, whether it's the different various departments, will prepare the
Okay.
necessary paperwork, and then that'll come before you next week.
Got it.
Okay. Well, I'm new to this too, because we've never done it this way, so.
So I just circled Mark.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing, so, yeah.
Okay, so.
So
on
District 1,
District 1, I had 2 applicants, Sasha Bentley and Sherry Bosque. And my priority was number 1, Sasha, number 2, Sherry. So if anybody wants to have any discussion.
nope, we're good. Are you good with that?
Yeah, I'm good with that. I think they both could have done a great job. But they're similar, so. If you remember,
I'm sorry, I did list 2 other folks that applied for District 2. That position is not open yet, but I just.
But we're
wanted to
holding
be
those
aware.
appointments for
Yes, sir.
future,
Yes.
or I mean, but there's no. openings
and
in District
I'm assuming we're also, so if in District 1, the decision is to go Sasha, I'm assuming Sherry will remain in the file
Yes,
in case there's an opening 3 months from now or a year from now.
that's the way
Yes,
I
sir.
understood the
Got it.
policy,
Yes.
that we would hold those.
Just clarifying to
Yeah.
people who might be listening.
Okay,
So with that, I would accept your
Okay.
number 1 pick.
okay, so that's it for Planning Commission.
Should we go Board of Adjustment?
Yeah, let's do Board of Adjustment.
So I wanted to have a.
Let's do all the fun stuff first.
I wanted to have a conversation about Board of Adjustment. There is only 1 position in number 1. And then number 2, or District 2 and District 3 both have 2 positions. So the best way I can understand it is there should be 1 from each and then the other 2 are open.
Right, at large.
At large, is how I would understand it, but considering that one of those at larges, I didn't go out and market or anything, because the way it made it look was that it was, District 2.
Have
and
you
District
read
3.
the resolution to determine it? I mean, I would think you were like that, but interesting.
But yeah, we could have had people from District 1, District 2, District 3. all
Yeah,
of
but
them.
they could have applied just like District 2's for planning, that there isn't even a seat. You had 2 people apply for there. If somebody in District 1 wanted Board of Adjustments, they
I
could
mean,
turn
I'm
their application as well.
fine appointing 2 people right now. I'm just saying that to make it clear in the future.
In the future, I think, yes.
We
that
need to
should be the
determine
way.
which seats are at large.
Oh, good question.
Yeah.
I would. That's a good question.
Moti, do you know which, because they were always just,
Yeah, I don't
they
know
were
that they
always
were ever,
designated by their district.
right.
So I
So I
was
don't
not
think they were
aware.
ever at large seats before today.
No, but the unless you're making all 5 of them at large, is that it's always been, I guess that would be the question, do we want it to be absolutely that there has to be at least 1 from each commissioner district?
I would say.
And then the other 2 could be from anywhere, which is kind of how it's been.
Right.
And so then, yeah, which positions are the at large and which positions I mean, eventually it should be, I don't know how you do it. It should be position 1 is District 1, position 2, 2, 3, 4, and 5 are at large.
Right, but if we're gonna do that, I think we need to, that could be messy, because then you might be shuffling names who might be a 1, 2, or 3 right now. We might be shuffling to a 4 or 5 and putting them in an at-large spot. I know I would with my choices.
Right.
She's looking it up right now. Why don't we move on?
Yeah, why don't we move on? Because that's a really
No
good question.
designation of who's at large on this.
There never has
I was
been.
just checking to see that.
I'm just saying, if we do go that way, that we're actually calling them at large and seating them in an at-large seat, there might need to be a shuffle.
Right.
Well, because if they're all at large, you don't have District 2 with the 4 names, District 3 with the 3 names. You have 8 names that you pick the top 2.
Right.
So that's why I'm
For the
trying to
two-
understand.
for the
Which
two
means that you
vacancies.
could have all the people all from one district in essence.
Yeah. Yeah. I
How
mean-
have you always done Board of Adjustments? Have you done it as an at-large, or you just appointed for that district? And I mean, this obviously hasn't popped up lately, or you'd
It seems like, I mean, I want to say that I don't know, we didn't look at the actual individual positions that way, but the understanding was that there was at least, you know, 1 from each district, and then the other 2 would be whoever, and it might be, and honestly, from a real practical standpoint, if it was the one from your district, then again, it's that deference as far as you get to kind of say, here's some names of folks I'm thinking, that the ones that are at large, so to speak, those names may have come from anybody. Because they're, so I guess in practice, I guess they were at large, but we never really did it by, you know, this is my district appointment versus
my
not.
at-large. That's where I'm thinking it could get messy or upsetting, or whatever you want to use the word. But I would rather not have to go there.
Well, first of all, we don't have ordinance in place that I
No.
know of that determines how we
do it.
choose those.
So we
I
can-
don't know that we necessarily need one either if we agree on what we're doing.
Well, why don't we start with District 3? Who's yours for
Yeah.
Board of Adjustment?
Well, Mark's off the table. So it would be Sherry and Matthew. Sherry is more of a medical background. I still think she would do a great job and has a good vision. Mark then again has more planning in college and all that kind of background. So again, I'd say it's close, but for this one, I would go with Matt. I do have. No, we'll just leave it at that. Matt would be my number 1, and Sherry would be a close number 2. Okay.
District 2.
As far as on that vacant, yeah, I'm fine with that. I don't have any heartburn with either of those choices. Actually, I don't have any heartburn as far as in that position on any of those.
I'm in actually District 2.
Oh, okay. The
Oh, you're trying to
vacancy
get
in
mine.
district, yeah. Then we'll talk. Yeah, it's like, let's see what we're doing. I would favor a reappointment. I think so that's NISA, especially, you know, if you have 2 vacant, you know, there is some, you want to have some institutional carryover, you know, obviously with the Board of Adjustment is going to be playing a pretty, potentially pretty key role in some big decisions. And you
What's your
might
second choice before you get into why?
Actually, reading through it's hard because I'm trying to separate my impressions from, you know, you try to look at the
Resume?
the resume and the I would probably go with Russell, although I think Ms. Demick would be fine. But I think it's, you know, it's obviously the Board of Adjustment has lots of things on its plate that have nothing to do with certain topics. And, but again, my desire would be to keep the current appointee in the position, or current now former appointee, because that expired on January 1st. Commissioner District 1, your thoughts on either of those?
I will of course defer to both Matthew and Nissa.
Okay, I'm fine with that too.
I am a believer in your number one pick is your number one pick. I think Russell would have been great. I think Elaine would have been great.
Yeah.
I think Rochelle would have been great.
As I said, they're all good.
Yeah. And I understand that they have, you know, some of those have solar ties, but very few things that come before the Board of Adjustment just may have a solar tie.
It also shows over here Greg Wagner.
Yeah, I think that was a last minute.
Yes.
Because I don't think that got into this file until this morning.
Your document was placed on your share drive and your packets on Thursday.
Yeah.
That's why I went ahead and
Added the
updated you.
So my number one was Matthew.
Yep, mine's Nissa, so that's
And if
what
we're
we're
accepting those as they stand, those are.
The reason I like that, you know, we're keeping the continuity, also like, we hear all the time, Russell, Greg, Elaine on the cease group, which would, if it went in front of the Board of Adjustment, would likely be a recusal. So now
Right.
you're down to 4 people.
Now you're down to
and
4
in the
people.
same
They would all have to.
Yeah, but theoretically, you're gonna have recusals. I mean, my nomination that we accepted gets conditional use permits for war reenactments. He just had an arts and music fest. So he's gonna have to step off the commission when he puts his own conditional use permit. You're gonna be down to 4. I think they can function fine with 4. I don't think that's a
No, but I think there is, again, it's the appearance of fairness. If a big ticket solar permit comes before in any of those other 3, and I was the applicant, I would insist that they recuse themselves.
And I think they know that they would be recused.
So then you really have 4 members that are gonna be, which you could end up, which is never good, because you could have a tie.
You know, I think one other thing to think about, like when it comes to solar, everybody was saying this unelected board that sits there. Tell me if I'm wrong, Mochi, but if somebody appeals the SEPA or the EIS in essence, that goes in front of the commissioners, and you have to hear the SEPA and the CUP together, right? And so it wouldn't go.
EIS is not. So if someone appeals the SEPA, and if the SEPA determination is an EIS, it's not necessarily need to go before the Board of Planning Commission. It's complicated and different.
Okay. Where does it go? Yeah, where does it go?
2 of them do, then it goes here. If one of them does, it goes to the judge or something.
So the board, I need to reread my code before I tell you.
Okay.
I know the EIS.
I don't know that we've ever had that happen. But we've had a SEPA, we've had we've had SEPA, you know, definitely SEPA comes to the board.
Yeah, so EIS will go before you, but it is, the underlying action is.
It is the CUP, then would it go, or would it go to?
So then it will not be a consolidated hearing, is what I'm saying.
Oh, it wouldn't be, because of the EIS, it's not a consolidated.
It's not a consolidated.
But if it's an
If it's an MDNS, it's a consolidated, and it would come here. Good God, why do they
I
do
was
so?
gonna say, it's messy, and that's why I'm saying we may not have any say later, other than, you know, whatever you can whisper in the ear of, you know, whoever you placed, which, by the way, I did not interview either one of my choices to see where they stood on particular issues like solar. Didn't ask. Okay. I wanted them to be a free mind.
Okay. Board of Health, we don't have any vacancies at this point.
No, we do not.
There was
A
2
one
or 3
applicant.
other people that messaged me interested, and I told them to just turn in an application. You never know what future brings. I don't know if we want to, I mean, do we want to get into the other stuff, nuisance board,
I wouldn't say we
Board
do the nuisance
commission.
board until we do, till we read.
until we decide we need a nuisance board?
Yeah.
Do we want to go ahead? I mean, it's not imminent, as far as the Gorge Commission reappointment or appointment.
It wasn't read, so people might not have applied for it because it wasn't read.
You actually had another applicant
Did see that.
as well as a phone call, which it's listed there.
Right.
I
mean,
I don't think it's imminent, but I think it would give some,
yeah,
if you do it now, it's gonna give some, I don't know, standing, some precedent, some breathing room, they know where they're going, they know where they're at.
I would say I'm gonna, vigorously argue for Sandra's reappointment in that she's doing a great job, and I'm shocked that she agreed to, or she actually wants to be reappointed. But the biggest issue there is they have 5 new commission members, and so there's an opportunity. Let's not make it 6.
How long has she been on it?
She's been on it off and on so this is her first full term, so 4 years.
But I thought she hadn't been there forever.
No.
You know me, I'm a term limits.
I know.
person,
No, this
so.
would be her second term.
She was formerly a governor's
Appointee, and then she was off for a while.
I think she's done a tremendous job, so I would go with that as my first choice as well.
I would also remind the commissioners that the Gorge Commission Executive Director also asked you during her update if you would consider reappointing, just to have that stability on that board.
Are you okay with that? Okay, let's go with that.
There were no applications for the civil service. Melanie did mention that she has someone in mind, and I will bug her to see if she could reach out. We need to bug WSU.
We have Klickitat's Companion Development Disability Advisory Board.
Yes.
We have one applicant.
We have one
unless
applicant.
You want to wait and see if there's more applicants.
I'm fine with appointing Tracy.
Yeah, if she wants to do it.
I personally think she'd be phenomenal at it, so I'm very happy she
Okay.
applied for it. I would go with it.
With the CRC and the
Yeah.
TC, I'm fine with this entire slate.
Yeah.
I will mention that it's really great that we have somebody from the Yakima, representing the Yakima Nation on CRC again.
Is that well, it says applied, I thought that said a reappointment. Okay.
No.
So was that an open position?
Yeah.
Interesting.
They haven't been, it's been a while.
Yeah, the last person got sick and we lost him a couple of years ago, and we've been trying to get someone. So
Yeah, I didn't notice that was a new thing.
There is a vacancy, because Jason Moon, I don't think is here anymore. I mean,
well, that's
obviously.
why the forester resource management's there. So we got a new forester too. So.
So that will take the spot of that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So Jason's going off.
Okay.
Is Ken Bales going off as well?
Yes.
Okay.
So we're gonna scratch Ken Bales and Jason Moon and appoint the rest of them.
Yeah, but we've got to.
Come up with 2 more eventually.
No, Brian Bellevere
Is replacing
Jason for timber.
Okay, got it.
That way, the other gentleman too, there's 2 cattle guys on there.
So if we just go with the highlighted and the ones that applied and
Right.
appointed, that's it, we're done at 7 or 6 members
No, there's more than that. These are just the ones that.
that we're doing right now.
Expired.
Right now.
Got it, okay, got it.
Okay, no, I'm good with all
I'm
those.
fine with all of them. So this is one of those, this one and the next one that I'm gonna leave the choices up to the professional, not myself.
Yeah, that's what all that KT, the TC.
Uh-huh.
we should have all those ready for next week for signature.
So as I said, if that's all that department, that's all specialty, that's not Joe Blow off the corner, I'm gonna take my director.
Again, with the Land and Natural Resource Committee, because everything expired and it wasn't read, I would say we should wait a while before we do anything.
I would too.
I would agree, and I would also, because I have a couple people that if it's gonna be used, are interested, but they need to know if it's gonna be used. They also, a lot of questions of what exactly issues do they hear?
Right.
So a little more definition. People are asking on that one. I've heard, well, when are the meetings? Don't know. They don't know if they can do the meetings because they might be on Mondays at noon. You know, we don't.
They were always 7:00 p.m. in the evening.
If that was written somewhere. So my point is, I've had people interested in that had nothing to do with solar, by the way. But they didn't know exactly what it was about. You know, these are hunter fisher type people. That a little more information would be helpful.
I've got no problem on the tourism board reappointing Lisa.
I agree with that. I do have, there's a vacancy.
Yeah.
And I do have Miss Donna Lancaster. She owns an Airbnb on Highway 97. She does a bed and breakfast. I talked to her yesterday, kind of explained the board and what it does. And she said she'd be absolutely honored if the commissioners wanted to appoint her. I didn't talk to her until yesterday, so there is no application on file, and I don't know.
Did you send her a link?
I think it's going to be a mailed application.
Did you provide her with an application?
No, because I told her I wanted to talk to these guys to see where they wanted to go, because I wasn't sure if that was going to be the same application we've been using, or if because she's a tax generator, if she needed to fill out some other weird application through McClure. So I told her just hang out. I would run by you guys to see what you wanted to do. And if you want me to send her, mail her an application, I will. However you want to do it. That's what I'm kind of at, you know, that's been open for how long? If she's willing to do it.
Does she not email?
Huh?
You said it'll be a
Paper? It potentially.
Doesn't have email?
I didn't ask, to tell you the truth. I called her on the phone and until I knew which direction you guys wanted to go, I didn't want to get that involved.
Okay.
But she's lived here forever. I don't really know the lady other than my phone call. She was referred to me by somebody else. But she's been here forever, lives on a nice, kind of across from the Bavarian, up there at 97, really nice piece of property. So I was just thinking the seat's been empty for 2 years.
Senior services?
So wait, back up to that one. What do you want me to do? Have her fill out an application, send it in? Got it. Make a note. Hang on.
We could do paper, I guess.
I was more thinking about the people who have to, you know, set up meetings and do it.
Right, that they need to be able to get a hold of her.
Right. I'm sure there's a way, but
yeah.
I tried on Facebook and it wasn't there, so for whatever that is. Senior Advisory Board, they're both District 3 openings. The one that did apply is my mother-in-law. She's interested. I personally would like to hold off on both of these seats if we're not in a real hurry, because I would like for her to go to a meeting or two before we appoint. I would also like to hold off on the vacant one until I can have some more community outreach in our community, because yes, seniors are seniors, but a senior that lives downtown White Salmon with great internet is different than a senior that lives up on a hill with no internet. They have different issues. So I would like to have a little time on that one.
Okay, as I said earlier, I mean, those are both, you know, I think we can have a little, you know, we can have, like you said, a month or two, a couple months to see what you can do.
Well, that's usually also a point people go to the senior advisory.
They make the
invite them,
recommendation. They invite
And then
them.
your advisory board will also.
Actually make a recommendation.
Well, and that's why I wanted to, like with mother-in-law, get her involved, see how she gels with that board. See how that board gels back and versus just picking names off an application. So-
Okay, I'm fine with leaving it open if you okay. Veterans Advisory Board.
I think that's another one that we may not have let everybody in the world know is an opening because it didn't say vacant on it.
Well, yeah, because Keith that's the.
Yeah, but I think,
Serving until.
I think we might. I mean, Frank, I think is a good choice, but I don't think it was fair to the people in that district not knowing that that was available, because I didn't know it was available. So I
Like some input, sir?
yes, sir, ma'am, sorry.
That's okay.
Bumbling along.
We have had in the past, Mr. Keith has indicated he wanted to step down and get new blood for quite a while.
Okay.
And people have been called, have been asked. Staff's recommendation would be to go for it.
Okay, well, I would leave it up to District 2 since that's District 2's prerogative.
I think Frank would be fine, but give me just a little more. Again, I think that we would be good to do some. It's been a while since we've really, or not. I mean, that's if Frank's willing to do it. I think
Is he just taking the rest of his term, so he would be doing it for?
Yeah, dude, yeah, that's true. And then that's kind of a good, that's the way it would work. It would fill out the rest of Keith's term.
Well,
And then he could decide, because Frank may get in there and say, oh, why did I?
Right.
Why did I do this?
We're doing that with everybody, including my Board of Adjustments that resign.
Yeah, they fill the term.
They're gonna fill the term and not get a full 6 years, right? I just wanted to clarify that was how we.
So, yeah, I'm fine with that. Actually, why, or if you're okay with that. Okay, let's just go ahead and do that. Actually, here, I will caveat that. It is actually Keith's seat until he resigns. He has not resigned.
Not officially, no.
And so I would give the final say, really.
It really should. He hasn't resigned
He
yet.
has not resigned, and so we'll provide him with the, and he can, if he decide, if not, he can hang. Yes.
He can decide to resign or he can decide.
Not to,
decided
because
change
there's
my
only a
mind.
vacancy
Good
once he
point.
resigns.
I would want that option if I was sitting
Yeah.
in that seat, so that's a good.
Do you want staff to reach out to him and ask him?
Yes, yes. And maybe provide him with Frank's application too. That if that's a
Tenders his letter of resignation.
resignation,
Appoint Frank.
right,
Got it.
because there isn't actually a vacancy.
Yeah, good point.
Because we were supposed to have, we had an unofficial vacancy in Sandra Clark like 2 years ago. And then I was supposed to be looking for, she said, it was kind of the same thing. Somebody good.
So we got to do some kind of outreach for that Civil Service Commission seat as well.
Yeah, we do.
And that's, I have it's your seat. When you come up to, where's it at? When you go back to reading through applications.
Russell Hanson would really.
Russell Hanson passed law enforcement. One of
yeah,
his references was Mike Callio. You might contact him and see if he has
I
any
will.
interest in.
I will
serving
ask him.
on
I will do that. That's good. I missed that. I didn't think of that.
That's what you got me for.
He's
sir.
still on the phone.
Is he? Mr. Hanson, are you on the phone? We see you, Russ's iPhone, but I don't know if you're.
He went for a sandwich.
Yeah. Oh, no.
Yes.
he's muted.
No, I am on the phone.
Yeah, is there, if you've been following the conversation, we do have a vacancy on the Civil Service Commission that we were curious if you would be interested.
Explain to him what it is and what it does.
Yeah, so Civil Service, it's a three, I think it's three.
It's three, yes.
It's three. So it's not a huge amount of workload with the civil service. So they actually, if you were former law enforcement, you went through civil service. As far as you probably went before your civil service commission when you were commissioned as a law enforcement officer, or I'm not even sure when you transfer and do laterals if they do or not. I don't know. So you probably have some familiarity with that civil service commission. So is that something we don't want to necessarily put you on the spot, but
we want to put you on.
We want to put you on the spot.
I think you'd be great for it, sir.
Yeah.
You're right. Yes, I'd be interested in that.
Okay. Well, you're done then. You're it. That's how it works. Welcome to the civil service.
Thank you.
Welcome to volunteering for county seats.
Yeah.
If it's all right with the commissioners and Russ, I will take I've got an application already, and I'll just update that board to reflect the Civil Service Commission.
Right. And leave him in the Board of Adjustments with that other.
That's what happens when you stay on the phone.
Right.
Thank you, Russ.
I'll alert the Civil Service Clerk as well.
A big bad bill.
That's good.
Good job.
Yeah, that's been. Because Teresa, she resigned probably.
I shouldn't have did that. I should have made it work harder for it.
No, that's good. I like that. That's how you do it. Is you do this isn't. Okay, I think we're good for the time being. Then we've done all the ones we have to do, and let the ones steep that are they need to percolate a little longer.
Yeah, I think other boards like nuisance. I mean, obviously the two people that are there, we've appointed somewhere else, but I've had other interests from other people. So I think it's one of those, if it's actually going to get used, you're going to fill them. It's just, people need to know what it's going to be used for, what it's, the land and natural resources board.
Right.
A little more information, and you're going to get them handled. So if we're done with that,
I think we're done.
Consent
I
agenda?
do have one follow-up for you.
Okay.
As time allows, staff will go through and make sure we contact the applicants that were not selected this round, and make sure they know that
They're still
going to be.
in the hopper.
And because there are other positions coming up.
That would be perfect, yeah. Because that's a good point, because I would hate to sit out there thinking, what happened? Did I get it?
No,
Did I
we
not
want
get
to
it?
communicate with them, as well as folks coming off boards are given a certificate of appreciation. And we'll be submitting our request for another FTE soon. Thank you guys.
Before we get right on budget workshop, right? Before we get educated.
Okay, with that, we will move on in our agenda.
That is approval of consent agenda.
Anybody have an issue with that 417 items?
No, there was only 117.
I was getting, are you okay, Jake? With
Yeah,
the
no,
consent?
Were there any of them that you?
I was most of it.
Yeah.
They're fine.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to approve the consent agenda with 17 items.
I would second that.
Okay, I have a motion, a second on the consent agenda. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
All right.
Aye. Aye. Motion passed. Consent is passed.
Well, my only question on the consent was asked to Gordy this morning, so.
Yep.
Pay bills.
Mr. Motion, I would make.
Mr. Motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion to approve the accounts payable warrants in the amount of $215,822.58. And payroll benefit warrants in the amount of $694,378.90 for the date ending March 15th, 2021.
Second that motion.
Okay, I have a motion, a second to pay the bills and the employees. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passed. Mr. Gallagher is lurking on the phone. I want to hear footsteps running downstairs, Mr. Oh, look at that.
It's like magic.
It is magic. Wow. I just said that, and I said, if you're listening, I want to hear footsteps.
I was
and you.
Yeah, he told us.
Oh.
No,
I'm sorry, I mean no disrespect.
No,
Mr. Treasurer.
No. I was watching and I was waiting until it got, I was like, oh, I'll come down. They should be done here pretty quick. So there you go. Apparently it's my turn.
It's your turn. It is. Thank you for coming.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My update, pretty short.
You have your flanking.
Yeah, make sure I don't say anything wrong. The update's fairly brief in parts of, we did meet with the finance committee last Friday.
It was riveting.
It was, yeah, it really was. We mostly discussed or kind of set the pieces for Thursday morning. We did kind of lay out that what our plans are to talk about as far as the transfers in the landfill. So we kind of got that. Then through some discussion, we did talk about setting the April 1st workshop to talk about COVID funding. So we thought that would be timely with everything that was brought up by
Jen.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, I was thinking, I'm like, by Jen and Rob. And so we
It's
have
good,
that.
man. You're making me feel better all the time. So.
Too many things rolling through my head. I'm like,
That's what I tell myself.
So we have those two, and then we will work through them as they go. So we did kind of set that forth. We did have some discussion about some of the funding and talked about that and felt that was good to have that at a workshop session. So we went through there. Dave had asked me to put together the top taxpayer in the past. I have put a document together that shows the top, I think it's 20 taxpayers and whether they're wind or different pieces. So I will put that document together and I will be doing it. I can't do that until the taxes are done. Bullet point down the road, taxes are done. Tax statements have been mailed. So folks have received them on Saturday, I believe, but they were mailed Friday. So I will be able to update that. Yeah, I know. Way down in my chair.
Yeah, I even have one to bring you back.
Perfect.
Bring to me that ain't that my name on.
So I will be working on that. I did report that I will be putting in a supplemental budget for Fund 201, which was that's the bond fund or the debt fund, because I did not, when we were bringing the money back from the local program to pay, or when we're reimbursing ourselves for the line of credit, essentially, I didn't put a revenue in there and an additional expense. It slipped my brain when I did that. So it will be a zero. I mean, we'll bring the money in and the money will be going out. So I did bring that up so that when the supplemental budget comes in, we can have more discussions about that. But the way the budgeting process works, I missed that. And then we set the next meeting will be the 26th at 9 a.m. And today the tax statements were mailed out. So that's really my pretty short report. Are there any?
I think the only thing I would add is that I had suggested that our Thursday workshops that we're doing that we're, we've kind of laid out what we think, we definitely know the first one. We have a tentative idea for the second one, but we really wanted it driven by the board as far as what information you want or at what level of specificity and detail, and because rather than trying to guess at stuff, we're hoping it's going to be an intuitive interaction.
And we're going to try to put together a kind of a sheet so we can have it, so we can keep things on the side if things come up, and we can keep ourselves kind of heading down that self-evolving agenda or schedule or whatever.
Yeah, because I think the idea is that we can spend some time in the weeds if we want to, or not if we don't want to.
You know me, I like the weeds.
Yeah. Well, I can let myself wander into the weeds and live in the weeds, but sometimes we need to get something done. Yeah, darn.
Anything else? Any other questions?
Doesn't look like it. That's it. Good.
Excellent. Thank you.
You're gonna take your entourage with you.
Yeah.
Rob, I don't work your Okay, thank you. Okay, brings us prosecuting attorney, Mr. Cannell, are you on? Yes, there we are. Wow, you were, look at that.
I need to move for a verbal authorization to fill a victim coordinator position. I received a resignation from Julie Dalton. She's taken a pay increase and joining the Wasco County District Attorney's Office, unfortunately for me. So if we can, that's a grade 39. If I can post it at steps 1 through 5, it'd be appreciated. If I get that verbal today so we can move forward with that.
You want to say no?
I thought that was a wide step 1 through 5 is a wide one.
Yeah.
It depends on what you get in response.
We've kind of gone to, we used to be 1 to 3 is what we, well, actually in the bad old days when we were being super hard about stuff, we were like, you start at 1 and see what you get. And we'll come back, but that's, no, I'm fine with the 1 through 5.
Well, the
Mr.
last
Cannell
one
has been very
I've done 1 through 10.
diligent. Yeah, he's done 1 through 10 before. Oh, God. So that is his scaled back ask,
He's
actually.
one of the budgets that I really like.
Yeah.
I think he does a really good job on his, so I don't question a whole lot on those budgets.
No, look at him. He's glowing on Zoom now. So
It's the sun.
All right. Oh, that's just the sun on you.
I'll take my glow.
Smile.
Oh, so, okay. All right. Thank you very much. That's all I have today.
That was worth it. Okay. Anything else besides that? That's it?
If you would have been listening.
Sorry, I was too busy laughing at myself. So, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Board pending. Anything that we're still have energy for?
I do. I have lots of energy.
That was all that
I
Red
would
Bull.
like, yeah, I was gonna say, no, there's a sweet left in there. I would like to know before I get too far along, if there's, if it's palatable by the board to move forward with trucked potable water to allow us to adopt a trucked potable water ordinance. I think it's long overdue, and there's gonna have to be public process and public hearings, and it's just one of those, I hate kicking something down the road that I know needs done. So if somebody else is interested in going that route, I would like to start it.
Okay.
I think that as time moves on, we're getting a lot of people buying these little hunting cabins and wanting to have little hunting cabins on their 20 acres. And that they're not there all the time. Half the time they don't permit the thing because they're not gonna drill the well.
Right.
But if they could permit it and say they're gonna truck in the water, which can be you bringing in your own things of water, we could get some of these things permitted out there that we know are sitting out there that are structures. And a good portion of the world, most of Mexico, that's how they get their potable water.
So yeah, I would like to move forward with whatever it takes, public hearings, whatever we need to do to move forward on that.
Okay. I would be supportive of having public process started. I'm not going to presuppose that I'm going to be,
right.
I don't, because I don't know.
I could change my mind.
Yeah. Well, I hope you don't have a mind yet.
The process.
But yeah, I would be curious because they do it in other, I know there is they have a pretty robust system in Klickitat County along that's more driven from the Yakima Basin, that every molecule is precious and it has to not necessarily supply or it's not economic, it's that you can't touch that. So, but that might be it's obviously possible to do it. They've done it. I mean, that's in Washington State.
There's other ones in that one too. So
yeah, I mean, I know they have some things out on the San Juans. I understand that they do out there too. So I'm interested in looking at it and looking at the
Go
pros and
from there.
cons of it.
That's all I'm asking for.
We'll go from there.
Now that I got you with that one, I would like to back up a week or two to electric bikes. So reason behind all that with some further research is the state essentially made class 1, class 3 electric bikes to be pedal assist bikes. They're just pedal bikes. There's no difference. A lot of the state departments have used that language. Hey, it's straight from the state. Pedal assist bikes are allowed, including Klickitat Trail. Like I said, I talked to Barbara from down there and she doesn't have any problem. The reason this is coming about is because the Department of Fish and Wildlife, or Department of Ag and Waste, has their own, sorry, that's how I am.
Okay.
Doesn't like the state ordinance. So they don't feel like they should have to follow the state ordinance. And they're outlawing pedal assist bikes where regular bikes are allowed. So we're essentially being asked to adopt an ordinance that is, you might as well say, exact copy of the state ordinance to try to help the pedal assist bike people make Department of Fish and Wildlife comply with state law. So I guess the question is are we willing to do the work to write an ordinance that's kind of the same as the state ordinance to try to put some pressure on Fish and Wildlife to follow state law?
I'm not opposed. I'm just wondering from the practical standpoint, other than is it
anything? Not
right?
really. No, and that's kind of why I gave you the full discussion.
Yeah.
Because
I would assume we're not going to have any jurisdiction over the state land.
Other than them being able to point to, well, see,
Say,
it's state
hey.
law, and that county adopted it, and that county adopted it, and that county adopted it. So you're just really adopting the state law, but in doing so, you give more weight to Fish and Wildlife to try to get them to adopt state law, as opposed to being special.
Well, I mean, us adopting it would be us saying that you can ride a pedal assist bike on our properties. And
Right.
We don't have a whole lot of,
Right.
I mean, other than our roads.
Correct.
Which I would assume I could do now.
And you can't because it's state, it's under state law. So unless you have something in your ordinance more restrictive than state law, that is the law unless stated otherwise.
I would be more in favor of writing a letter to Fish and Wildlife stating we have a request from people to be able to ride pedal assist bikes on WDFW property, and
per state law, blah,
and
blah,
per state
blah.
law, we're in favor of
We're in
that.
favor of
And then
that. And
WDF
we,
policy is inside our county.
in our
jurisdiction,
county, right.
In our county, and we believe that it should be, yeah, no, I'm okay with that. We start there and see if that helps the process along. Because I'm assuming you can understand what WDFW land I'm talking about.
So in the order of Lee getting another FTE, I would put
Yeah,
this pretty
yeah.
low on Lee's to-do list,
Right.
because she has these public records requests that she needs to respond to.
That are very outdated.
No.
So no, I just wanted to throw that one there. And then, do we know anything about, sorry, this is my last one of 3. Do we know anything about or want to receive any kind of guidance on Governor's Phase 3 reopening plan that's scheduled to take place next Tuesday or next Monday? Do we want to ask if that includes us? Goldendale is going to some kind of limited capacity where their council members are coming back in and they're allowing at least a number of audience members. I went through the governor's deal and I mean, kind of had everything to do with sports. Indoor, outdoor, none of it made sense, but I just want to make sure that we're ready when we're allowed.
My assumption, because that was actually on my list to bring up, because I was hoping we were going to talk about, we have a Board of Health meeting on Thursday, so we'll have an opportunity, and I was going to give Aaron a heads up to be able to kind of give us some sort of, advice, recommendation or something. Because I would assume that, and we do have workshops, we will be back in session on Thursday, and my hope is that we'll have we can set some direction that will take effect on Monday when that order takes effect. And I think we can reasonably assume some level of public being able to come into the building, as far as I'm concerned, starting on Monday. And again, I want to hear from the medical folks, as far as I'm curious what the health officer has to say, and the other members of the Board of Health. But it seems like there should be a way to be able to do that is, meets the criteria and the guidance, because there's other folks are doing it. So
Good enough.
I don't know if we need.
I didn't know if you needed a prosecutor for that. That may not be on the Board of Health. That's why I brought it up.
No, it was, well, we'll have a discussion, I'm sure. But as far as in the past, like the notice on the door right now that is setting the thing is signed by the then chairman of the board.
Right.
So I guess my question is, if we have some direction on Thursday as a board, are we gonna be able to take action that we then can, put notice out to staff as far as this is what the change is gonna be on Monday, and implement it on Monday?
Do we need to have the conversation on how we're gonna do that? How many people are in the room? How many people are?
Well, I'm assuming that's gonna be based on the conversation we have with the health officer and
temperature probe.
Right, and Public Works too, right?
Yeah.
Definitely.
I'll send an email to let the board know that that'll probably be a discussion.
Right.
And we'll send out emails to all staff
Right.
once the decisions are made.
Okay.
The ordinance on the door, the notice on the door says close until the governor rescinds or
Right.
removes.
Right.
So that's already taken care of there.
Right. Okay.
Which we just got to celebrate 1 year here recently.
So I would defer any action, of course, till the Board of Health on Thursday, so we can get some.
But we
I just
can't
wasn't
take
sure if we could take
I
action.
think so.
On a Thursday.
I think, oh no, I think we can, as far as I would,
Well, I would take action if we can't take action, allowing the chairman to be the only one to take action, if that had to be happening.
well, and I don't know that I overstepped or didn't, but when we had to not meet to be in compliance, I just sort of did it. And then when they, changed, then I said, oh, we're gonna meet, the Board of Commissioners can meet in person again. So, done, surprise, I don't know.
Well, the board was at, you were following the governor's.
Right, exactly. So I figured it was kind of covered in that order, so.
I'm done.
So I think we'll have a direction on Thursday, or we'll know what we're doing. Anything else? What's on your board pending list that you want?
I've been thinking about our conversation with Mochi.
Okay.
There was planning commission meeting last night. We have the critical areas ordinance coming up. What we're hearing all the time is that there is so much going on over there with subdivisions and plats, and there's just so much going on. We need to have a real conversation about, we need to bring on another planner, high-level planner, that can take the critical areas, shorelines, comprehensive plan, somebody who can go out there and work with these areas to work on plan updates. I know that we have a no new employees policy, but this is getting to the point where we have to do something. And having been on the planning commission and being staffed through the shorelines management update, I think the best thing for the county is to have a professional planner rather than outsourcing it to a company like we had that last time. I think in the end, it'll probably save us money, as well as we'll have a better outcome with more public outreach and more citizen communication. This is just, it's just been rolling around in my head how we're going to deal with all this stuff in the future.
Well, I guess I question, is this planner person also going to be doing the comprehensive plan? Well, then I would, because Moshi was kind of, last I remember, she hadn't decided whether we were subcontracting or having our own, and she was going to give us guidance on that, which unfortunately she didn't do today. But I agree with you, but I would like to have her guidance first.
And we're also we're talking about solar ordinance.
Right.
I mean,
I would rather it be that way, but
I'd be curious. I don't know that Mochi was necessarily opposed to having an employee, but it was maybe, can we, I think it would always be the preference if we can get a good high level planner on staff in here, then that's what I want to do. And I think I would be in favor of, let's go that direction. And then really, again, I want to hear from Mochi and sees what she thinks. And then I guess the fallback would be is if we can't find anybody, then we're going to have to go back to the consult, which I'm not a big fan of. I don't think it works really well, where it's really hard to keep direction and getting output because you're not interacting with them. They're kind of somewhere else. I mean, sometimes physically somewhere else.
Yeah.
So that is, but the question is going to be, can we get somebody? Because it's.
Well, I mean, we're going to have to headhunt for somebody that can handle this. I mean, I just look at like the Gorge 2020 update and some of the things that got in there because we didn't have somebody that this is what they are doing all the time, looking at these plans.
Which it is. I mean, we talked about that. Oh yeah, yeah. Psychic, not he's listening. But yeah, just in that example alone was one of the things I was concerned about because when we, the last, the update that was my job basically was a part-time, before I had anything to do with the county was going, and that's the only way we made some significant improvements in that update because we had somebody there all the time just pounding on the table saying, but what about us? What about this? We just didn't have the bandwidth this time. And you do see the result.
We're paying for it.
We're paying for it, but it takes people to be able to do that. So, Mr. Rob, just listening. So actually, I'll put you on the spot. Have you had conversation? We were talking about planning department with all of this stuff that, we're talking about comp plan update, solar ordinances, potentially all the other there's a lot of stuff going on. The idea of, go out, try to headhunt a really high level planner, in a sense that almost like I don't even want to say that, but assistant director level, right up there versus, hiring a bunch of consultants to do all this work that aren't local, aren't in the community.
Have I had that discussion with Mochi?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Not yet. I will.
Are we looking?
Things may have changed. It used to be
somewhere
hard to find.
Yes, Mochi's like, what? No, I think she will be pleased that as far as that we recognize just the level that there's a need for resources. And, some of these things are things that are once in a generation work that needs to get done. As far as the comp plan update, as I said last Thursday, that's it's a huge project that's is going to be a gut wrenching, bloodletting, but we've got it to do. It's part of what we have to do. But you do need really strong facilitation when you do it. That's part of how you keep it under control, as far as that people have clear understanding as far as how the process is going to work. This is your time. Get your stuff in there and you move it. You just keep moving it forward.
Yeah.
But that takes people with some special skill
It can
sets.
take a long time.
Right.
Y'all, Dr. Boche, used to be planners are hard to find at that level. But maybe easier and more cost effective
Today.
to bring somebody on as a consultant rather than,
Well, that's where I'm going is if we get started now with the headhunting,
Right.
we might have somebody in a few months.
Right.
You know what I mean?
So can you, if the board's amenable, can you reach out to Mochi and
Yes.
have her schedule some time with the board next? I don't know how backed up we are next Tuesday already.
We can make it happen.
We can make some time so she can come in and we can start that.
and we're costing it out, so you'll know roughly what it would cost at our current.
If you can use some of that vacation time for the group.
I'm thinking of some of that printed money from,
Boy, we're in workshop all day on Thursday. aren't we?
yeah. Other thoughts or pending issues?
I can't wait. What did, hold on, I gotta read it. What that thing say at lunch?
Oh, here's mine. Remember, this was the fortune cookie.
That's
You should let me borrow that about half hour ago.
a handful of patience is worth more than a bushel of brains.
That's right.
Yep, I think I'm gonna keep my mouth shut.
Okay. Okay. Anything for the good of the order? If not, I would entertain the motion to adjourn.
So moved.
I'll say.
Okay, I have a motion to adjourn the regular meeting until 8:35 on this coming Thursday and a Board of Health meeting at 10 o'clock. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passed. We are adjourned.
Don't forget, gentlemen, we need to be here at 8.
Yeah, we got the